All right, y'all. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here. Ay, ay. I just want to say off the top, va a ser difícil. It's going to be a difficult stream. Um, necessary, absolutely necessary. So, what the plan is, what I will be doing is up front, we're going to talk about Mamdani, his wife, Hassan Piker, and his continued anti-blackness. We'll do that for about roughly an hour. Then we'll spend the rest of the stream going over the report on Cesar Chavez. I'm going to do my best to make sure that look, it's already knowing what I know and going over some things. It's going to be heavy. So we'll get to that. Y'all know how I am about limiting the parasocial aspects of sharing too much. But, you know, stories like this, they are too prominent in all communities, really. But when you put brown faces to it, when you put, you know, these Hispanic names, Latin identity around it, and the machismo that is prevalent and present in every one of, you know, our households, se pone más difícil. It's a little bit more difficult. But we'll get to it. And you know, again, the first half is going to be a little bit more of the usual stream. The second half, I'll remind you all when we start talking about it, because a lot of this stuff is heavy, very traumatic, and can be very triggering. So just know that going in. And once again, I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much. We had a late stream last night. It was a lot of fun. But you know, I prefer the morning/afternoons. I just need to fix that sleep schedule, and then we'll start earlier moving forward. The goal is 8 a.m. But yeah, 7. And it's difficult too when you have Jared at Millennials for Killing Capitalism having a great conversation with Omar. Just such a an intellect and an analysis that is so profound and inspirational to try and pursue. So illuminating. And then you have Dr. Jared Ball on I Mix What I Like with contender for wildest thumbnail 2026, and we're just getting started. We're still in quarter 1, and wow, if you haven't seen that thumbnail, be warned that I for sure thought I was like, wait, did he get hacked? Did just YouTube just rolls like that now? Like, wow, okay. Yeah. But great conversation nonetheless. I'll add my 2 cents to that is I got to re-listen to that conversation. But one thing I will say is because I wasn't really around white people, especially growing up, one of the most prominent forms of racism and discrimination that I was aware of was from Asian people towards brown and black people. It's a tricky conversation. It's a tricky conversation. So I really did appreciate that stream. Psychic Militancy, if y'all haven't checked it out, please go check out Psychic Militancy. Always great conversations over there. All right. House cleaning, housekeeping is done. All right. All right. Espresso Depresso in the Twitch chat, and he shouldn't. Certain things should not be explained and just left for interpretation. All right, let's get to it. Let's start off with the leader of the National Socialist Movement on the left, Bernie Sanders, a lifelong Zionist and alleged lover of Golda Meir, so the streets say. Out here, still with the same fucking tune, the same liberal Zionist shielding of the Zionist entity. He says, as we focus on Iran and Lebanon, let's not forget what's happening in the West Bank. And you're like, damn, okay. All right, we could walk and chew gum at the same time. Let's not forget the continued colonization of Palestine and the West Bank specifically. All right, yeah, there's a lot of settlements. There's encroachment. All right, cool. Bernie is clearly, anti-Zionist. If this is what he's talking about. In 1 year, more than 36,000 Palestinians were forcibly displaced and 240 were killed. There were over 1,700 attacks by Israeli settlers. And you read something like this and you're like, okay, well, that means that Bernie must also oppose the Nakba. Bernie Sanders must also oppose the original Zionist theft by force at gunpoint of Palestinian land. If he recognizes the inhumanity, the horrific actions of colonization. You recognize it in the West Bank. You recognize it in the West Bank, so you have to recognize it in the entirety of the Palestinian land. So for sure, he's going to denounce Zionism, right? He's going to focus on settler colonialism through and through. All right, how does he wrap this up? We must end U.S. military aid to Netanyahu. See, last night, we spoke about how you can't believe Ryan Grimm, who is a DNC shill, who has proven himself to be a white supremacist and somebody who is heartwarmed at the idea of the U.S. stealing more indigenous land and some weird hope and desire that it will somehow save white lives. Ryan Grimm, disgusting individual, was claiming that anti-Zionists should broaden their coalition, have a big tent that will welcome, support, endorse, work alongside with, embrace liberal Zionism. Because according to him, it is easier for a liberal Zionist to become an anti-Zionist because the movement from Zionist to liberal Zionist is such a large gap in comparison to liberal Zionism to anti-Zionism that it's going to be easier to move them to the left. Right? Utter fucking horseshit. Because liberal Zionists are not true believers like these rabid Zionists. They're opportunists that know the history, that know the facts, that can tell you these numbers, that can tell you that 36,000 Palestinians were forcibly displaced, that 240 were killed. They could tell you that they've been over 1,700 attacks by Israeli settlers. They could tell you that. Look you right in the face without blinking and tell you that they still believe that the Zionist entity has a right to exist. Where a Zionist will tell you these numbers are lies, where a Zionist will tell you, a rabid Zionist will tell you, God's allowing them to do this, completely psychotic and delusional in the way that they allow religion to be weaponized and bastardized to excuse their settler colonial projects' atrocities against the indigenous population. But they can lay the claim that God is speaking to them, that God has promised them all this. And there is no rationalizing with them. There isn't. There's no point in wasting your breath. There is only one solution to a settler colonial problem. That's direct resistance. When you have a liberal Zionist, as liberals do, as Kwame Ture told us in The Pitfalls of Liberalism, as Malcolm X warned us about the wolf versus the fox, they're insidious. In their nature, they are insidious to where they could tell you the numbers and the facts and without hesitation say, that's just the way things are. We have to change things, but not disrupt the status quo. We cannot be radicals. We cannot hit at the root of these issues. It must all be superficial, and we must focus on things like apartheid, which is simply a tool of settler colonialism. And their hope is that the Zionist entity goes the way of South Africa, that goes the way of the US. That somehow the Zionist settlers will eventually embrace multiculturalism, that they will abandon this Jewish supremacist ideology. They're not asking them to abandon white supremacy, but hey, eventually, I guess. Because individuals that promote this shit, that glorify this, like the Emma Vigelands, like the Sam Cedars, like the Hassan Pikers, like the Ryan Grims, they want what is normal to them. And what is normal to them is the colonization of Turtle Island at large, right? They see that as a success. They see it like a success. And so they want to replicate it. Because to them, that is safety. To them, that is progress. Of course, at the expense of the indigenous population. Of course, at the expense of the indigenous population. But they don't think about them. Unless they're forced to. And then they'll feign fake tears, fake sympathy. But they will never call for decolonization. They do not support land back. They just simply do not. Because that would put their status at risk. You don't hear them talking about decolonization. They think it's a fucking joke. They glorify individuals like Norm Finkelstein, who mocks it. It is not easier to go from Zionist to liberal Zionist than it is to go from liberal Zionist to anti-Zionist, because when you make that transition from Zionist to liberal Zionist, you have all the facts, all the information, you're aware of the history, you know the current atrocities happening, and you're still devoted to the Zionist entity. Regardless of how critical you are, if you look at something like Norm Finkelstein, regardless of, you could be hypercritical of the Zionist entity, and they will still call for international recognition of the Zionist project's right to exist. From Norm Finkelstein to Emma Vigeland. Hassan Piker will still glorify Norm Finkelstein. Because liberal Zionist normalization is the key, is the objective for all this white political commentators. That is their goal, because there's safety in that. That does not threaten them. If it wasn't their goal, they would be calling out Bernie Sanders as a Zionist. Hassan Piker wouldn't be groveling for Bernie Sanders to come over to his place, which is fucking weird. He wouldn't be showering Bernie Sanders with these weird-ass little communist gifts, as if Bernie Sanders hasn't denounced communism time and time again and glorified National Socialism in the Norwegian countries that exploit Africa, that have never stopped exploiting Africa. And that's what grants them their safety, security, and luxury. It's National Socialism. It's a bastardization. That's what he's been pushing and normalizing here. So these individuals are dangerous in so many aspects. But when we focus on this normalization of liberal Zionism, this is the best you can get. This is the best that you can get. It's fucking despicable. It's disgusting to continue doing this. But it just demonstrates that he is devoted to Zionism. that he is devoted to Zionism to the same level, same degree as any rabid Zionist, as Netanyahu. They just have different approaches to what they feel will provide safety and prosperity to that project. We've seen it with his alleged lover, Golda Meir. She literally said, "You need to stop bragging about all the land that we're stealing." And she was authorizing the use of chemical weapons in the fucking West Bank. Bernie knows this stuff because Bernie adores Golda Meir. He knows this stuff. And he's proud of it. It's just the way that they want to present themselves is the difference. A colonizer is a colonizer. It's just the way that he wants to present things that changes. Let's go through some of the classics before moving forward with this.
It's increasingly evident that hopes for a two-state solution are almost dead. At the same time, polls among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza are showing that they're increasingly in favor of a one-state solution with equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians alike and equal citizenship. Is that something you believe could happen, or is that something you support?
No, I don't. I mean, I think if that happens, then that would be the end of the state of Israel. And I support Israel's right to exist.
For years, he's been saying no. For years, he has been saying not even the compromise, which is, hey, colonizers, you get to stay. We're going to live side by side and, progress. Even that he rejects because he's a supremacist. And this is the leader of the so-called left movement in America. This is their leader. From Zohran Mamdani to Hassan Piker, from AOC to Sam Cedar, right? Whether it's political commentators on the left, whether it's these politicians, Bernie Sanders is their fucking leader. That's who they glorify. Look how happy he gets reminiscing about his time colonizing Palestine.
When I was a kid, I was in Israel for, I can't remember, 3 or 4 months, worked on several kibbutzim. I was very impressed by what I saw. I was very excited at the formation when I was a kid, the formation of the state of Israel. More than aware.
It was very exciting. It was very exciting, he says. I've never seen him smile like that.
Of the Holocaust, and which took people in my own family, and the horrible anti-Semitism that existed then exists today in America. So I'm proudly Jewish.
Of course, conflating the Holocaust into the conversation as if somehow that granted Europeans of the Jewish faith the right to colonize Palestine. But look at that smile, y'all.
When I was a kid, I was in Israel for, I can't remember, 3 or 4 months, worked on several kibbutzim.
When have you seen this curmudgeon? When have you seen this grouch smile like this? Please tell me. When, I mean, he's known for being fucking miserable, right? That's what he's known for. But this, his time colonizing Palestine, puts a goddamn smile on his face. It's utterly fucking disgusting. And of course, here's him reminiscing about his alleged lover, Golda Meir.
And I think too many people do not understand that the Israel of today is not the Israel of Golda Meir of 20 or 30 years ago. It is a right-wing country, increasingly becoming a religious fundamentalist country, where you have some of these guys in office believe that God told them they have a right to control the entire area. Not a whole.
Before we let him smear Hamas, of course, because any liberal Zionists, whenever they present criticism of the Zionist entity, will, of course, just like Kat, as we saw with Kat Abu Ghazala yesterday, you have to smear Hamas to signal to the rest of the Zionists that, hey, you're just critical. You're a critical liberal Zionist, but not an anti-Zionist. So you have to criticize armed resistance and vilify them as well. But this whole idea that liberal Zionists they view themselves as the intelligentsia of the Zionist project. Because they're like, hey, idiots, God, there is no God, right? Because most of these Zionist founders were atheists. They weren't practicing the Jewish faith. So they weaponize it and bastardize it. And then you have those true believers that are always all too gullible. But the opportunists, they're like, we don't believe in this shit. We're just going to weaponize it. We understand its unifying force. And so now they're seeing how the true believers have taken over and they're fucking things up. Because the liberal Zionist program was working. It was legitimizing and gaining sympathy for the Zionist colonizers. It was effective. And these rabid Zionists are ruining things for Bernie Sanders and the Golden Mayors. That's what he's frustrated about. He's like, hey, idiots. There is no God and no promises made to us. We can take what we want by force, but if we make too much noise, we're going to lose out on everything we've been working towards.
Where you have some of these guys in office believe that God told them they have a right to control the entire area. Not a whole lot different, by the way, than what Hamas is saying. So, and I think to many, right to control the entire area. Not a whole lot different, by the way, than what Hamas is saying.
Not a whole lot different than what Hamas is saying. Does Hamas say that, hey, we have the right to establish Greater Palestine? Or are they saying, get the fuck off our land? Are they saying God promised us this land 3,000 years ago? Or are they saying, please leave my home? Please return my home to me. Except the way that they're saying please is the accurate and appropriate way to speak to colonizers. Point of a barrel. The classics right there, the classics. And you know, do we have the Emma Vigley one here? Yeah, look. This is Hassan Piker showering Bernie Sanders with communist gifts.
Both of you guys gifts. I actually have another gift for you, but unfortunately I don't have your gift, the actual gift here. Hold on. This one's for you. This is a Palestinian movement in Japan.
Thank you.
Solidarity with Palestine. And this is a little train for public transit. I have a Japanese Communist Party pin for you as well, but unfortunately, because I went over there and I checked out their headquarters. Both of you guys get.
He has limited time, but he needs to make time to kiss ass. Multi-millionaire. Claims to be pro-Palestinian. Taking time to kiss ass to Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, who, since her vote change on the Iron Dome, has signaled to Zionists that she will work with them. I mean, her mentor's one, right? And again, Bernie Sanders, who's been known to be a Zionist. At this point, there's no denying that Bernie Sanders, when this conversation took place, that he was a Zionist. But Hassan Piker is an opportunist. I know somebody mentioned that he's going to Cuba. What took a multimillionaire so long to head out to Cuba? What took him so long? Why didn't he already establish connections there? I know working class people that have gone to Cuba, that are in constant communication, in building with the people of Cuba, learning from them. What took Hassan Piker so long to do it? Well, he's a clout chaser. He does not give a fuck about Cuban people the same way he does not give a fuck about Palestinian people. He goes where there's attention to be had. He goes wherever he gains some type of legitimacy. He's an opportunist through and through. You see him bat empanada, try and beat him to the punch. I don't know if y'all seen, I mean, bro, this is how disgusting these individuals are. Opportunists through and through. You cannot trust the white left, no matter who they are. It should be one of the newer ones here. It's fucking terrifying, this guy. If you're walking down an alley and you see bad empanada, bro, understand that your life is at risk. Look at this shit. Look at this thumbnail. You know how fucking sadistic you have to be? Do you know how sadistic you have to be to take this fucking photo, to post this fucking thumbnail, and then to brag about handing out money to the Cuban people to make yourself seem like fucking glorious? I mean, the dehumanization that these people carry out from Bad Empanada to Hassan Piker is so constant. They don't even recognize it. These people are narcissists. They lack self-awareness to reflect on this and be like, hey, maybe this is kind of disrespectful. I'm sure he had the fucking time of his life. Now remember, this is a Latino. This is the voice of Latin America here. It is so fucking gross, man. It is so fucking gross. Understand why I despise these fucking people. And they'll cry and be like, oh, I'm just anti-white. Oh, I'm just a race reductionist. And they're doing shit like this. And I'm the fucking problem. There's a reason why they keep this space so fucking white. They proactively do it. They proactively maintain this space white. Because they don't want to be called out on this shit. They don't want to be told, hey, have some fucking respect, if not for yourself, for the people that you're pretending to care about. Stop using them like props. Stop using them for props. I mean, literally, Hassan Piker took his IOF gear, the clothing line of an IOF veteran, Gila Klein, the wife of his business partner, Ethan Klein, both Zionists. He took all the merchandise, the clothing that he had when they collaborated together, and went to give it to the homeless. Because he's so charitable, he's so kind. No, he was using that opportunity and the desperation of homeless people to mock in this petty personal way Gila Klein's clothing line, saying, yeah, nobody would want this. Not even homeless people want your clothing line. Not even homeless people want your clothing line. This is the same fucking mindset. I'll show you. Y'all know I don't like saying shit without receipts. We've seen this before on the stream. If I can find it real quick. Let's see here. I just put Hassan Piker Teddy Fresh. We'll see if anything pops up. If not, we'll just move forward. Or like homeless people, I guess. Homeless people would be it, right? Yeah, we're not. It's not coming up. My apologies. I should have like a little folder or something of this. All this fucking disgusting bullshit that these people pull. But yeah, definitely not seeing it. I'll give it one last attempt at searching. Let's see here. Oh. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Piker. Just looking for that video here, not seeing it. Nobody has it apparently. That's great.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Here it is.
But, you know, we'll have to work on that.
I feel bad I didn't give you pants. You want this jacket?
You've given me enough already.
No. Here you go.
Oh, that is so generous. You're going to make me cry.
No. This is cancer. Cancer behavior.
Chances we'll do that. Well,
This is, I mean, so fucking disgusting. Because this is like a one-off. You have to understand this. It's not like he's proactively organizing and building any community, establishing any organization. This is a one-off. This is a photo shoot. Let's see here. Some of these channels, for whatever reason, let me try doing this real quick. Have been giving me a hard time here. And my question is, would it, I guess what I'm asking is, if I got blocked from one of these channels, would it prevent me from watching their videos at all? It shouldn't, right? Let's try it one more time. Because this is like the only channel that it happens with. Hey, one sec. I actually can't do that. Huh. Give me 1 second, y'all, because this is really annoying. And I do this all in the name of, oh yeah, I have enough. Trying to provide receipts. Look, so you can tell I'm not lying. It's literally not, the page isn't even loading. That's fucking hilarious. Everything else is fine. Well, this is the same channel too, so I don't know what the issue is.
Ridiculous.
maybe to 0. That would help a lot. That would be really nice. But, you know, we'll have to work on that.
I feel bad I didn't give you pants. You want this jacket?
You've given me enough already.
No. Here you go.
Oh, that is so generous.
1 second. It should be up here.
You're going to make me cry.
No. This is cancer. Cancer behavior.
Chances we'll do that. Well,
I think it's just gonna freeze and not allow me to play it.
She asked for. No. Hey, my man, don't worry. I got so many more. We got shirts. You don't want that. You definitely don't want that. What about this one? This one got money on it.
See?
You don't want. You don't like that one? All right. What's this? You want button-up shirts?
Yeah.
But they're crazy.
See?
Button-up shirts, yeah. You want button-up shirts?
Yeah.
But they're crazy.
He's like, this clothing is crazy. And this is the Teddy Fresh gear, the IOF gear. Oh, is Mexi's back to defend Hassan Piker?
Sandwich? No, you don't like that one? All right, hold up. No problem. What about this one? Nope, you don't like that one? All right. This one's got the devil on it. Yeah. You don't want that. You definitely don't want that. What about this one? This one got money on it.
Again, using
like
homeless
it?
people as
All right.
props. Using homeless people as props for your petty vendetta with your former Zionist business partner.
What do you want?
Mind you, were rocking all this clothing a couple weeks ago.
Okay,
Glorifying an IOF clothing line.
The plaid.
Definitely get rid of that.
Fucking disgusting, man. For those of you that have actually done, work on the ground with homeless people, you know how gross it is to put a camera on their face. You know how fucking disgusting that is. That should be the last thing on your mind if you're proactively trying to engage with them, humanize them, because they've been dehumanized to such a degree. You should be locked in and trying to listen to what they need and to provide assistance and help to the best of your ability, to the best of your ability. But I mean, these are soulless, opportunist creatures. And they relate to people that dehumanize. Mind you, we've been talking about Bernie Sanders, and people are upset that I'm calling out their favorite liberal Zionist normalizers. Here's another one that y'all probably love.
Free Palestine. Bernie pointed out Israel has a right to defend itself. Like,
yeah, that needs to go.
So he under these, like, we have to. I'm trying to be not super generous in calling people Zionists. Like, if you're still post October 7th aggressively anti-Palestinian, you're in the Zionist bucket. Like, Bernie, I wouldn't call a Zionist, even though he expresses Zionist framing in the way that he talks about Israel.
I mean, he's probably, I mean, it's that question. First of all, he's the best senator on the question, which isn't to say much.
Right.
Probably is a Zionist. The thing is, if he wasn't.
So apparently Emma Vigeland wants to be charitable and not call people Zionists. There's somebody who spent months with a Zionist therapist while she pretended to cry about Palestinians and witnessing this genocide altering her brain chemistry, but yet was paying a Zionist. If at this point you can't call out Bernie Sanders as a Zionist, I just don't understand whether or not you comprehend what Zionism is. And of course, the Majority Report has over 2 million subscribers. And so they're pushing this liberal Zionist normalization to them. Even Matt Leck saying, he probably is a Zionist. Understand that these people are not your allies. These are opportunists. Operation, I don't like her either, but there aren't many folks to watch who are black or brown. It's not just simply about being black or brown. It's about the ideology you carry, right? But again, like I've been saying, there's a reason. The Majority Report, Hassan Piker, they've all contributed, Bad and Panah have all contributed to maintaining a white space. Ask yourself why they collaborate consistently with predominantly only white people. Only white people. When has Sam Cedar hired a non-white person? A black person specifically, since he's anti-black. He's on the record for being anti-black. Man, it is disgusting. It is utterly disgusting. If you don't call Bernie Sanders a Zionist when he has a long track record of supporting the Zionist entity, of posing a one-state solution with equal rights for everyone, which is what Emma Vigeland alleges to support, as not decolonization. Come on. These people are fucking disgusting. to more Commodores, to upset more people that have their little fucking fan favorites and lack critical thinking skills.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Oh, shoot. Gio, thank you for a super chat. I think I missed one earlier. My apologies. And Walker, thank you so much for a super chat. That one Noah Samson thumbnail takes the cake. I can't even pull it up. It's so fucking disgusting. And understand that Noah Samson made the switch into covering Palestine because his anti-red pill grift wasn't as profitable. The manosphere thing was ending, so he couldn't cash in on that anymore. Mind you, Noah Samson had that charity stream. When it came out that he was, and I laugh because it's so fucking ridiculous. Stealthing through weaponized incompetence, weaponized ignorance is something only a white performative male can pull off. Black, brown, even fucking opportunist. To a white woman, you're getting fucking locked up, homie. You're getting charges on your ass. Gio, Bernie Sanders said a one-state solution would mean the end of Israel, and Emma of England doesn't know whether or not he's a Zionist. It is fucking disgusting. It is so fucking gross. But of course, Sam Cedar, Hassan Piker all glorify Emma of England, Bernie Sanders, the Zionists. As Mexi over here doing the same, defending liberal Zionists and their normalizers. Claudia, I didn't even catch that, says, the way he said this one has money on it felt patronizing. Man. All right. Let's listen to this hero of the National Socialist left. Man, just spineless when it comes to decolonization.
On Ireland, you've talked about, and then on Ireland, you've talked about the the importance of self-determination and international law. Do you support a united Ireland?
It's funny. Wow. I got to be honest, I haven't thought enough on that question.
Never thought about it. Do you know who this man's father is? Do you know who this man's father is? Holy fuck, dude. This is to the level. God damn, bro. This is to the level of believing Grand Planner didn't know that he got a Totenkopf tattoo. This is to that level. And all those other white people, again, as Mexi, your favorite Hassan Piker, defending that ludicrous lie in order to protect white supremacy. Right? This is to the same level. Y'all need to understand. To say he's never thought about a united Ireland and the colonization of Ireland is so fucking disingenuous. But he's afraid because he's like, oh shit, if I call for the decolonization of Ireland, then I'm going to be asked to call for the decolonization of Palestine. That's why he's so fucking nervous.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Gostapiller. All these dark woke people real quiet on Iran. Yep. As Mexi, homie, you're just proving my point. I know you're used to fucking being a fan of the most brain dead, brain rotten idiots. Over here, we move with integrity. Over here, we move with integrity. Over here, we're principled and consistent. All right. They caught him off guard. They caught him off guard in St. Patrick's Day, the week of St. Patrick's. Yeah, man. He needed to go study up real quick and refresh himself on the troubles or something. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, the potato famine wasn't really on his mind. He didn't know what the appropriate answer was. Fuck out of here. It's so pathetic, the people that devote themselves to defend these people. That's hilarious. He wasn't ready.
And then on Ireland, you've talked about the importance of self-determination and international law. Do you support a united Ireland?
Do you support a united Ireland? Fuck yeah. A united, liberated Ireland. Yes, absolutely.
Funny. Wow. I gotta be honest, I haven't thought enough on that question. I have to say, though, that I am incredibly appreciative of the privilege to lead a city where Irish Americans have played such a critical role in this city. We know that when it comes to the building of this city, the skyscrapers that pierce the clouds, the tunnels that carve through bedrock, so much of that was built by Irish hands. And when we celebrate Irish Americans, we also celebrate the solidarity that they have brought, as well as the people of Ireland have brought to the world. And it's a solidarity that means a lot to people in this city, and I also know it means a lot to people across the world.
All right, got time for...
And then on Ireland, you've talked about the importance of self-determination and international law. Do you support a united Ireland?
Funny. Wow. I gotta be honest.
You know, because it was so low before, I didn't hear the lady say, "What's so funny?" And of course, you know, defenders of these opportunities, these fucking compradors. But wait, he was coached afterwards on what he could say. Bro, his father wrote, and thank you for bringing up the book, neither settler nor native. These people are not like you and me. They don't have a working class background, right? Their guardians, their parents are not working class people. They're educated professionals. They've been groomed for these positions. They're not ignorant. They're educated. They're just opportunists. Oh, man. Oh, but he gets so much better, I promise. He's ready this time. He's got it right. Just give him one more chance.
United Ireland yet?
Sorry?
Have you had a chance to think more about a united Ireland?
There's always more to learn, but I can tell you as someone who believes deeply in the principle of self-determination that I think that should also be extended to the Irish. And I think when it comes to the future of Ireland, the best people to listen to are the Irish. I've had the pleasure of doing so as the mayor of this city, and I look forward to having that pleasure for weeks and months and years to come.
The non-answer. Holy shit. This is just like Kat yesterday. This is just like Kat yesterday. This is just like, oh, you know, as a Palestinian American, I can't really tell Palestinians, I can't force them. Bro, we're asking your opinion. People actually believe this nonsense. He said nothing. He said nothing. Let's go word for word. Let's go word for word about what he said. Let's hear him out. God damn. People fought for this shit in 2026. Fuck, man. Fund the schools. Fund the schools. It makes perfect sense that we have Hassan supporters over here thinking that this is like something to celebrate. You've been conditioned. You've been conditioned by Hassan Piker, by the Majority Report, to glorify this nothing, coward, spineless response. He has time to come up with a response, and the best thing that he could do is say nothing. Wow. Here, we're gonna break it down. We're gonna break it down. Is that for captions? No. Okay, we're gonna break it down word for word.
United Ireland yet?
Sorry?
Have you had a chance to think more about a united Ireland?
Oh, perfect. You know, he's the mayor of New York in America, not Ireland. It's fucking hilarious. Hey, somebody who talks about international law, somebody who speaks about Palestinian solidarity and the right to self-determination. Do you support a liberated, decolonized Palestine? I haven't thought much about it. My father wrote and spent his entire life talking about colonization and decolonization, but never heard of her. Oh man. Yep. He's the mayor of New York, so he can't have any consistent principles when it comes to international affairs. Mind you, got his street cred, gained his first ground like movement, the swell of supporters. They were through the Palestinian movement. But let's break it down. For those individuals who have been brain rotted by Sam Cedar, Hassan Piker, Kyle Kalinske, we're here to help. We're here to help.
There's always more to learn, but I can tell you as someone who believes deeply in the principle of self-determination that I think that should also be extended to the Irish, and I think
he was asked whether or not he supports a united Ireland. They gave him a second chance. Hey, have you taken a moment to think about this? And he says, I support. Oh man, their agency. What is it?
Learn, but I can tell you as someone who believes deeply in the principle of self-determination.
The principle of self-determination. Ah man, if only there was like a movement, an organization that Ireland had to start in order to express their self-determination that's been denied to them at gunpoint by the English colonizers. If only, if only the Irish had made their feelings known. If only there was some sort of conflict, some sort of three-letter organization that maybe possibly could have voiced the frustration and the oppression of the Irish people. If only there was something like that.
Who believes deeply in the principle of self-determination, that I think that should also be extended to the Irish. And I think when it comes to the future of Ireland, the best people to listen to are the Irish.
The best people to listen to are the Irish. So what are the Irish saying? What have the Irish been saying? Oh my God. No, you don't understand. He needs a third chance. They caught him off guard again. What is this, a fucking pop quiz? What are we doing here? Wow, this ain't baseball, homie. Oh, man. Exactly. U.S. Congress members financially supported resistance groups during the Troubles. This is how far to the right these glorified National Socialists truly are. This is how fucking spineless they could smile, look you right in the eyes and smile and not answer a simple fucking question about the liberation of Ireland. No, you don't understand. His newest update is different. To be honest, I didn't even know there was one after this. How many fucking chances do you need? Man. It's so fucking pathetic. Again, this is what Ta-Nehisi Coates did on Navarro Media. This is what Kat did when speaking to Mike from PA a day before her election, promising to update her campaign platform because, you know, she's a 5-year-old trapped in a 26-year-old body, according to Hasan.
Had the pleasure of doing so as the mayor of this city, and I look forward to having that pleasure for weeks and months and years to come.
So you're going to sign the buffer zone? Are you going to sign the buffer zone bill? Why won't you answer?
Well, it's 26 plus 6.
Ay. You won't do it. You won't play it. Gospy, sorry. Sorry, Gospy, to smear you like that. X-Mexi, how many fucking videos of his do you want to play it? Where is it? As an ad. This is people don't understand that, you know, we don't have the luxury to be thin-skinned like Hassan Piker and the white people around him. So we actually engage with these fucking spineless opportunists and their little cult. We engage with it. So what they're advertising, what their defense is, first, he wasn't ready for he wasn't ready for the question. Second, oh no, what do you mean? He said a whole lot by saying nothing. No, look at their third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 10th response. Let's see if you got it right this time.
The story of the Irish, both in Ireland and in New York City, is at one time a story of oppression, of subjugation, and of discrimination. As we know, it was on Irish soil that the British Empire developed their colonial project. So much of the exploitation...
Whoa, did he take a history of Ireland course in 3 days? Or did you already know this shit? Or do you think you already knew this shit? One of my favorite books, American Holocaust. Whoosh. I don't think I could grab it. No, it's not here. One of my favorite books, American Holocaust, surprised me by depicting an I don't see it. Surprising by breaking down how it was the internal colonization of Europe and then predominantly Ireland that helped to establish and give the Europeans the expertise on how to colonize, man. Gio, but Carlos, he was born yesterday. Give him some slack. Yeah, I forget. These are innocent, sweet summer children. All right, let's hear it. He got his talking points down. Third chance to charm.
The story of the Irish, both in Ireland and in New York City, is at one time a story of oppression, of subjugation, and of discrimination. As we know, it was on Irish soil that the British Empire developed their colonial project. So much of the exploitation later imposed elsewhere across the world was first honed in the plantations of Ireland. And yet when I think of the Irish, I do not think first of oppression. I think of resistance. I think of unity. I think of corned beef and 96-minute Troy Parrott goals and the Pogues' fairy tale of New York. Above all, I think of that solidarity. When Irish immigrants arrived in New York City, they were so often barred from employment and from housing. Signs plastered across storefronts.
Oh, people are trying to use this, a prepared fucking speech, to an Irish American audience. Wow. This is the bars in fucking hell. I mean, credit to the speechwriters. Credit to the speechwriters. Credit where credit is due, y'all.
Read help wanted. No Irish need apply. And yet while Irish New Yorkers were, in the poetry of Evan Boland, long suffering in the bruise-colored dusk of the New World, they did not grow discouraged. They banded together. They organized. They formed labor movements that endure to this day. It was Irish hands that helped to build so much of the city that we recognize today. The skyscrapers that pierce clouds, the tunnels carved through bedrock. And we can see an example of that legacy in the incredible labor leaders that we have with us today, both in this room and beyond this room. And as we celebrate St. Patrick's Day together, and as I belatedly acknowledge our State Senator Brian Kavanaugh as well, We celebrate not just a day of revelry, but a day of continued obligation to one another, to a better world, to all those who still weep. And I want to thank President Robinson again for joining us. I want to thank the people of Ireland who have taken a past of suffering and used it to fight for a future of justice. And I want to thank every Irish New Yorker for helping make this city into what it is today.
Anthony, honestly, I don't even know if I've ever seen you comment before. But what do you what was directed towards me that I ignored? I will say this, Anthony, though, the whole libtard thing, we don't really do around here. We don't do the ableism. Even when you're trying to be like slick about it. I'm just kidding. Okay, well, there you go. you got my attention. Pepe, American Holocaust, David E. Standards. Yeah. Oxford University Press, 1992. There we go. So, literally said nothing about unifying Ireland. But okay. That's cool. I mean, please tell me where he says I support a liberated and united Ireland. I didn't hear it. But hey. Wow. So fucking pathetic. Wow. Lib shit works. It does. It absolutely does. See, and this is my thing. Like the Hassan Pikers, the Kalkalinskis, these white men, they view an attempt to try and better the way that we communicate as an affront, as an offense to them, right? Because they call us woke. They say we're woke scolds. Meanwhile, those of us that have been on the receiving end of verbal abuse, discrimination, we understand that, hey, we have an obligation to be better. That is not so difficult to improve our language, right? To improve our way of thinking, that we are normalizing. These types of ableist language and mentality if we don't try to do better. So if it sounds like I'm being like hypercritical or woke soul or whatnot, it's only because I want to improve and be a better person, be a better ally, be a better comrade. And only by holding each other accountable and calling each other out can we achieve that, right? That's the only way. So you'll never hear me be like, no, you're bullying me. You're a woke skull. I'll be like, oh shit, I'll do better. I'm telling you, I mean, I'm brown. I'm in my 30s. I use the word lame all the fucking time, like fool and lame, nonstop, interchangeable. Been working on it. Been talking about working on it. Never saw it as offensive, and then was made aware that no, it literally is talking about a physical disability. All right, let me be proactive, in my attempt to no longer use that type of language. It costs me nothing. In fact, it forces me to open up my lexicon a little bit. That's all it is. And so I appreciate you, Anthony, for, rolling with the punches and be like, all right, cool. All it is. All right. And the chorus, I was dying laughing there because S. Mexi was like, that's not the one I was talking about. I told you it's on Instagram. It's his seventh response. His seventh response is the one I'm referring to. Oh, man. It's hilarious. Yeah, Claudia, this shift away from colonialism was quick as hell. Yup, immediately started talking about skyscrapers again. Fuck, bro. I don't even know how to fucking search for shit on Instagram. That's hilarious. But I'll try it. I'll try it, y'all. Not because I'm like, oh, I'm getting like what do they call it, one man on the stream. It's because I know that this shit's entertaining for y'all as much as it is for me. I know that like laughing at XMXE's parasocial obsession with Hassan Piker and all of Hassan Piker's favorite compradors is entertaining as hell. Let's see. Yeah, Instagram is not like search friendly if you're not like logged in. Let me see. Yeah, one guide, right? That's what they call it. Which for me is like, I mean, are we not like mocking this shit together? So just so you can see that I love dealing with the petty and going through the receipts and all this. I'm not, these are pinned. The three of these are pinned. So I'm assuming that's not the one we're talking about. This seems to be about housing. I'm not seeing anything green here. So maybe let's go from the earliest. What's going to force me? I can't even see it. What the fuck? Yeah, man, unless you can provide me the actual name of it. Let's see. I'm trying. This is called good faith. Oh, here we go. Maybe this.
Day. I think of the words of St. Patrick himself, the apostle of today as New Yorkers celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I think of the words of St. Patrick himself, the apostle of Ireland. In the 5th century, in what we now know as Ireland, a British warlord named Caradocus had laid waste to the countryside. St. Patrick implored the soldiers responsible to stop. Overcome by grief, he wrote, "All I can do is what is written. Weep with those who weep." It is no small act
Literally
to weep with those who weep. It is a choice, one that many do not make. It requires sacrifice, a subjugation of the self, solidarity. Irish solidarity is no coincidence, as it was on Irish soil that the British Empire developed their colonial project. So much of the exploitation later imposed elsewhere across the world was honed first in the plantations in Ireland. Who can better understand those who weep than those who have wept for so long? And yet the story of Ireland is not merely one of violent oppression, of subjugation, of attempted domination. It is one of resistance too. For centuries, generation after generation waged a lonely effort for independence. Year after year, uprising after uprising, they were brutally beaten back. And still, they kept coming. I think of leaders like James Connolly and Patrick Pearse, who roused hundreds of thousands with demands of political freedom and economic self-determination.
I hate that it can't pause
I think
this.
of those who endured unimaginable hardship during the Troubles. The 10 prisoners who died after going on hunger strike to protest the British government's refusal to deem them political prisoners.
Cool, so you
I think of the
support
many whose
armed
names
liberation.
have been lost to time, who perished from a famine exacerbated by imperial callousness. And I think of the discrimination Irish New Yorkers faced when they first came to these shores. They were barred from employment and housing. Signs plastered
Parts of
across
the speech he
storefronts
gave?
read, "Help wanted, no Irish need apply." They did not grow discouraged, however. They organized, mobilized, and formed labor movements that endure to this day. It was Irish hands that helped build so much of the city we recognize today.
Skyscrapers.
The skyscrapers that
Oh
pierced
my
clouds,
God.
the tunnels carved through bedrock. If solidarity has so often been withheld from the Irish, it has never been withheld by the Irish. An Irish diplomat named Roger Casement helped to expose the barbarism of Belgian King Leopold II
See,
in the
much
Congo
better.
Free State. After Dublin supermarket workers went on a 3-year strike to protest apartheid, the Irish government banned the import of South African goods, the first complete ban by a Western government. And in 1980, Ireland was the first EEC nation to call for a Palestinian state. For years afterwards, Irish leaders like former President Mary Robinson stood steadfast in their support for Palestinian freedom. Today, as we celebrate St. Patrick's Day, I know there are many who feel a continued obligation to one another,
to a world where justice does not feel so often like the exception, to all those who still weep. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Said nothing about supporting the unification of a free, liberated Ireland. I mean, even when his speechwriters get together, coach him. I didn't know Mexi was blocked on Black Liberation Media. They're so fucking pathetic that it's too much fun. That's the thing. They're so pathetic that, like, you know what? I usually don't like bullies. I would usually avoid it, but man, he said it without saying it. Yeah, you're gone. You're gone. Nah, you can't be that fucking stupid. I'm sorry. You just can't. You just can't. Oh my gosh, man. And you know what it is too? I'm doing it for the chat because I'm gonna keep getting distracted because it's humorous to me. It's humorous to me. Like, you don't understand how much I love to, like, encourage these people, right? Like, you don't understand how much I love to, like, throw a little fucking bait at them and watch them fucking foam at the mouth, right? Oh man. Oh, Leia Box giving us false information. Well, too late now. Yeah. If you are to the point where you're saying he said it without saying it, I can't help you. Yeah, man. Leia Box is now being ableist, using my dyslexia against me. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, this shit was bad. This shit was bad. So literally 4 chances. 4 chances. And it still wasn't enough. Still wasn't enough. Yeah. You know what though? Reread this before, but I think it's a good time to read it one more time. Because he mentions him. Let me see if I can find it. We read it before. I'm trying to find it again. No. I think it's on Marxism, the archives, Marxist archives. God damn, why is this so main index, I guess? Let me see. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. I don't know why I'm struggling to search this. Sorry. You know what? I know what it is. I know why I'm struggling. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, chat. What was the name of it? It was like Who remembers? It was Hassan Piker's da, 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 da. And I hate that the search engine is not great, but it was about like liberal party or something like that. Was it this one, chat? I know it was a different setup because I think it was the archives. Yes, it's this one. It's this one. It's this one. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back. Yeah, I was just wondering what was the name of the article. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. My apologies. All right, let's read this real quick. It's a short read. Thank y'all for sticking around. I know usually I leave something playing, but here we go. We read this once. We'll read it again for Mamdani, for S. Mexi, who was falsely accused based on trumped up charges that Leia. Oh shit. Based on trumped up charges that Leia Boggs placed upon them. So it's too late. Leia, it's too late. They're in the gulag. I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, I like engaging with that type of stuff, but you can only be so disingenuous before you're just wasting our time. He said it without saying it is fucking pathetic. Fuck out of here. Go defend white millionaires and compradors somewhere else. But if you're gonna do it so in a genuine way. So James Connolly, Socialism and Political Reformers. This is from 1899. And again, from Mamdani name dropping him to Hassan Piker when he was in Ireland pretending to read his works, neither one of them have truly engaged with him or betraying what his positions were. It's one or the other. Either you did not engage with his actual work and you're just being performative, or you've engaged with them and have betrayed, his message while using his image and his name. It's one or the other. Chat, what do you think it is? One, they have not engaged with their work and they're just being performative, or two, they've engaged with the work and are just betraying his message. I don't know which is worse, to be honest. Among the many developments of socialist activity at which the man in the street is amped to astonish, perhaps none are more difficult to comprehend at first sight than the implacable hostility shown by the socialist parties of the world towards the political parties hitherto identified with the agitation for political reform. The uninitiated, that was brutal. The uninitiated find it hard to understand why there should be such marked hostility between parties, both of whom place on their program planks and political reform seemingly almost identical in character, while the Socialist Party, which represents the most revolutionary ideas of our day, should seek the downfall of political reform parties with a zest and eagerness which the most bigoted conservative could never hope to excel. So we have to be more fucking hateful, more fucking brutal, more ruthless, more petty than conservatives are towards these reformists, aka liberals. That's our job, our obligation, according to Connolly. So next time you hear people saying, hey, why are you so focused on bashing liberals? Well, shit. This is what I've been told by the real ones. The uninitiated find it hard to understand why there should be such marked hostility between parties, both of whom place on their program planks and political reform seemingly almost identical in character, why the Socialist Party, which represents the most revolutionary ideas of our day, should seek the downfall of political reform parties with a zest and eagerness which the most bigoted conservative could never hope to excel. It is observed that wherever the Socialist Party is strong, as in Germany, France, and Belgium, it is the Liberal Party, the party of mere political reformers, which has been the first to suffer in loss of prestige and membership in exact proportions as socialism has advanced. Our advancement is dependent on the downfall of these fucking liberal parties like the Democrats. He's not advocating for entrism. He's not saying, oh, we could reform the party from inside. He's not saying any of that shit. He's saying the success of socialism is dependent on the downfall of these liberal reformers. This is why I say they are our enemy and the first ones that we have to combat. Strange though the circumstances may seem to the unreflective mind, plenty of those around here, not this channel, but the online political commentator space, aka white leftists. Strange though the circumstances may seem to unreflective minds, it is but what might have been expected to result from the appearance upon the political field of a force which, like the Socialist Party, had at once a program of political reform embracing all and more than the old reform parties had striven for, and the program embodying demands of economic change which receive no support from middle-class reformers through a crying necessity of the times. The development of acute economic problems side by side with the extension of the franchise. Economic problems are, in fact, most acute in the politically freest countries, has borne in upon the minds of the working class voters the conviction that, except as a means to an end, political freedom is a valueless acquisition for their class. They therefore demand the right to use that political power in the direction of their own class interests, but on making such demand are surprised to see their quondam class leaders, the first to denounce them and call upon the state to oppress them. Literally, they were advertising from Sam Cedar to Hassan Piker, Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball. All these people were saying the National Guard and the local police will come and save us from ICE. They were praising Tim Walz as the VP choice for Kamala Harris, who called the National Guard on BLM protesters. Things don't change. Things do not change. Where are we at? When this point has been reached, as in the countries above named, and to a lesser degree in England and America, the thoughtful observer of politics cannot but see that the middle class parties of reform have outlived their usefulness, that whatever political change is still required to establish the democracy, that whatever political change is required to establish the democracy and power can be sought for as well under the banner of a new political force of socialism as under the old banner of liberalism, and that this new power, by basing its agitation upon the material wants of the producing class, gathers to its aid a potential power in the passion of self-interest of the majority of the nation, which the mere doctrines, liberal, radical, or Republican, could never hope to rally. Doctrinaries. Therefore, political reform parties decay as the socialist parties thrive. The latter, early, the political demands of the former on their banner side by side with the economic demands of their class, and thus deprive of their sole reason for existence. The capitalist reform parties lose their attraction for the multitude, now pressing eagerly onward to the inspiration of a new and better hope. This is the reason why the DSA is so fucking dangerous. This is the reason why the DSA is so fucking dangerous. Because the DSA is not a political party, it is a political organization that provides the Democratic Party with new, fresh faces and better PR. In order to avoid this, the DSA is an attempt to avoid a true socialist party from emerging. Because that would mean the decline of the Democratic Party. On the other hand, conservatism is as a party secure of an existence as long as the present system lasts. It may be set down as an axiom that there will always be a conservative party as long as there is tyranny and privilege to conserve. Hence, we find the old reform parties shedding their members at both ends, the wealthier section falling over into the ranks of conservatism, in order to strengthen the only party able to defend their monopolies, and the working class section joining hands with the socialists as the only party embracing the cause alike of political and industrial liberty. The socialists are naturally desirous of hastening this process in order that the political battlefield may be left clear and open for the final struggle between the only two parties possessed of a logical reason for existence: the Conservative Party defending the strongholds of monarchy, aristocracy, and capitalism, and the Socialist Party storming those strongholds in the interest of human freedom. This consummation cannot be realized as long as there exists a political party which, like the Liberals of England and the continent and the Home Rule parties of Ireland, attempts to blend the principles of progressive and reaction, now blatantly declaring for political freedom, now vigorously defending the economic slavery. Therefore, the socialists uniformly seek the discomfortitude, which I butchered that one, but in that one I do need to look up. The feeling of unease, discomfort. Damn, I can't say it. Let's do that. I cannot pronounce this one right now, so we're looking it up.
Discomfiture.
Oh, discomfiture. Discomfiture. Was I close, chat? I don't know. Therefore, the socialists uniformly seek the discomfiture of liberalism, regarding it as a buffer between the contending forces of tyranny and freedom, and hence the clear-sighted workmen of the continent have already reduced that once formidable party to a mere cipher in politics, and when one or long completely wipe out of existence. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. And when or long completely wipe it out of existence. The fact is not without its lesson to us here in Ireland. We too have so-called parties of reform. Home rule in all its phases is now but a cloak for the design of the middle class, desirous of making terms with the imperial government it pretends to dislike. It is but capitalist liberalism, speaking with an Irish accent. As such, it is the enemy of every effort at the working class emancipation, and if the workers of Ireland are alive to the interests of their class, as are their brethren in the continent, there will help They will help build up that socialist party, which is destined to march over the grave of home rule, liberalism, to the final assault and destruction of the strongholds of oppression. Yeah, I'll drop the link. Sorry for butchering some of that. My apologies.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
By the way, Siri was recording literally me reading this the whole time. I don't know what I said to trigger it. But I'll drop it in all three chats. I appreciate y'all being here and putting up with me, really. I'm okay if you call me an Osabo kid, because I also don't know how to speak or read English. Do y'all see why?
Today, as New Yorkers celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
Do you see why I hesitate to start streaming? Slight insecurity, but also more frustration that like my brain doesn't properly connect to like my mouth and what I'm trying to say. But hey, it is what it is. Should we read this? Yeah, let's read it. We got time. Do we got time? An hour 30. Fuck. Yeah, okay, it's fine. All right. Zohran Mamdani and the Sorcery of Soft Rebellion. The limits of left power inside the democratic machine. How long is this piece? Okay, let's just read this section then. We'll read the intro and then we'll read the Netanyahu part. There is a seduction in the story of Zohran Mamdani, the insurgent from Queens, the son of an African exile and an anti-colonial academic, a freedom rider, participant father, and a South Asian Golden Globe winning cinematic royalty. Okay, all right. A hunger striker for taxi drivers, a face of the new New York, brown Muslim, diasporatic, fluent in solidarity, in TikTok, and in that tender performance of left political hope that allows American liberalism to feel clever rather than culpable. That's a nice fucking intro. Once in a generation political talent, as Mehdi Hasan called him. Man, I mean, I can't imagine a worse person to get a compliment from than Mehdi Hasan. That's like you're being co-signed that you're a fucking sellout. If Mehdi Hasan is calling you a once-generational political talent, he's saying you're able to bullshit people to such a degree that he admires you. Man. A democratic socialist for the city that invented derivatives of foreclosure. A rent-free prophet in the kingdom of landlords. A soft-spoken radical for a metropolis, right? That still mistakes modernity for, excuse me, God, hold on, I'm stuck on the metropolis. Damn, why am I butchering it?
Metropolis.
Superman should prepare me for this. Metropolis. A soft-spoken radical for a metropolis that still mistakes moderation for modernity. I don't know why y'all watch me. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Mamdani's campaign and his victory should have been beautiful. Mamdani's candidacy. There we go. Mamdani's candidacy is not merely a question of charisma, policy, or diasporatic pride. It is a test of whether insurgency can survive within institutions designed precisely to prevent it. It asks whether one can bend the arc of history inside a party whose nefarious genius lies in its ability to absorb dissent rather than confront it. It stages once again a familiar American drama, how radical language becomes managerial grammar the moment power peers back and says enter, but only if you behave. It is structural inquiry into how the Democratic Party functions as a containment architecture, a velvet noose that dresses obedience as participation. Fuck! A velvet noose that dresses obedience as participation. Damn. It is about how the socialist idiom, once spoken within the frame of its liberal or democratic compromise, mutates into a rhetoric of affordability and inclusion, stripped of its capacity to defeat capitalist antagonism. God damn. The Mamdani phenomenon reveals a pattern already visible in the trajectories of Bernie Sanders and Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, the progressive who enters a political arena to rupture the machine only to end up adopting the party line and circulating to manufacture their mass of consent for compromise. The story is not betrayal in colloquial sense, but betrayal in the historical one. It is a betrayal of possibility inherent to liberal hegemony's architecture of containment. Fucking shit, that's good. Wow. Wow. Now I want to read the whole fucking thing. I'm not even gonna lie to you. But it's gonna be a 5-hour stream. God damn, that's too good. Who is the author? Shout out to them. Ali Rida Khan and Joshua Reed. This is from the start of the year, January 29th. Damn. Democratic socialism, in theory, promises redistribution, decommodification, and the collective reorganization of power. Yet in practice, especially within the United States, it often becomes a branding exercise, an aspirational identity performed within a liberal and progressive left apparatus built to absorb rather than abolish the logic of capital. The Democratic Party functions as the soft perimeter of the permissible left. Oof. That is smooth. That is smooth. The Democratic Party functions as the soft perimeter of the permissible left. Oh, man. It welcomes radical language, yet outlaws radical consequences. Fuck yes. Yes, 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 yes. It welcomes radical language, yet outlaws radical consequences. The consequences. Woo. Zohran Mamdani enters this paradox as the avatar of the "we can govern and transform" faction within the Democratic Socialists of America. His campaign centered on rent freezes, fare free public transportation, city-run grocery stores, and a $30 minimum wage reads as a municipal syllabus for the world that working people deserve. Yet to pursue this platform through the Democratic Party is to attempt to achieve these goals, the very architecture designed to neutralize such ambition. The contradictions are structural, not personal. Every progressive candidate in New York inherits an ecosystem of managed dissent. Unions that proclaim solidarity until capital enters the room. Developers who draft housing legislation in the shadows. Media power brokers who celebrate insurgents until redistribution threatens advertising revenue. Donor networks that fund progressive campaigns so long as discomfort remains rhetorical. Police unions that masquerade as the guarantors of public order, but act as the city's paramilitary wing of capital. The result is predictable. A candidate who enters the system with revolutionary intent must, by necessity, speak two languages, one for the movement that birthed him and another for the institution that will govern him. Oh my God. Woo! The result is predictable. A candidate who enters this system must, hold on, with revolutionary intent must, by necessity, speak two languages. Speak two languages. One for the movement that birthed him. Dude, these are fucking bars. And another for the institution that will govern him. In the translation, insurgency becomes policy pragmatism. Rupture becomes reform. Holy shit, bro. I'm a fucking fan. Man. This is what we fucking need. This is what we fucking need. Wow. The question is not whether Mamdani is sincere. What I'm telling you, it's not about Mamdani. It's not about Cat. It's not about AOC. It's about what the beast is putting out. Man. Yeah, let me drop this. Sorry. Let me drop this in the chat. I'm being greedy. I want all these bars for myself. What is it? How dare you mention yay in your verses? I want all the curses. What did Push say? God damn. The question is not whether Mamdani is sincere. It is whether sincerity can survive within a structure that rewards obedience over imagination. The answer, if history is any guide, in other words, motherfuckers, we've seen this time and time before. What are we doing? We've seen this time and time before. The answer is bleak. Yep. You cannot overthrow a machine whose grammar you must adopt to operate it. It's a damn good thing my grammar fucking sucks. Fealty to the institution. Mind you, this piece is so good. I said I'm only going to read the portion on Palestine, because that's what's going to lead us to the next, keep things flowing. And it's so fucking good. I said, fuck that. We're reading all of it, or at least most of it. Let's go. Loyalty to the Democratic Party is not rewarded. It is metabolized. Loyalty to the party line is rewarded and declared as a mature political calculation. What has every fucking white commentator been saying? Mamdani is being practical. You don't understand. He already won. Now he has to be practical. He's a genius. He's playing 4D chess by being so practical. Those who enter mistake their own obedience for influence. Stacey Abrams' political trajectory remains instructive. Her rise from two-time Georgia Democratic gubernatorial candidate to symbol of voting rights reform embodies the liberal fantasy of the good progressive, ambitious yet disciplined, assertive yet deferential. Her uncritical defense of Joe Biden amid sexual assault allegations, followed by her promise to increase police funding during her 2022 run, were not simply political calculations, but an audition. Dude, I've been telling you with AOC. Okay, she changed her no vote on the funding of the Iron Dome to what, like present? And people are like, well, it's just present. It's not like she voted yes on it. It's fine. No, it was a signal. She was signaling. That's what it was. An audition to let the party know, to let Mama Bear know, I'm your Huckleberry. I'm even going to cry in front of cameras. I know where the cameras are positioned. I'm that politically savvy that I can cry with a mask on. She was wearing 2 masks. One she never takes off. It's an audition. Yes. So good. It's an audition for increased proximity to power. the reward never arrived. This pattern repeats across the spectrum of progressive democratic figures. The earnest faith that one can push that party left from within despite the absence of any historical precedent. But I'm the one. No. Things are going to be different with me. I'm the one that will change a liberal party from within. It's never been done before, but watch me. Don't let my doubters are my haters. You got to have the Mamba mentality to change the party from within. That's the thing. They've never seen anybody like Mamdani before. Man. There's a reason why the Sam Cedars, the Hassan Pikers won't engage with shit like this. Let's see here. From Warnock to Ossoff, who flipped Georgia blue, to the Squad, once heralded as the insurgent conscience of Congress. These Dems perceived insurgency wins in their races. However, once in office, they are house trained in. Yeesh. Yeah, all right. However, once in office, they are house trained into compliance with establishment goals. What began as oppositional bloc now functions as a moral register for the democratic establishment, tolerated precisely because it poses no material threat to the architecture of capital or empire. It's just for fucking show. It's just for fucking show. They're mascots at best. Mamdani's own compromises, from his transition team filled with moderates to maintaining party decorum by meeting with President Trump to imploring constituents not to impede ICE investigations, or echoes of this long process of absorption. In the early months of his transition, these compromises do not bode well. I mean, Tish was enough, y'all. The lesson is not cynicism, but clarity. Organize with eyes wide open. Organize with eyes wide open. The lesson is not cynicism, because they're going to claim that we're black pilled. They're going to claim that we're accelerationists. They're going to claim that, you know, we're cynics, that we're jaded. No, we have revolutionary optimism. That's why we're here. That's why we're so fucking angry. That's why we're so desperate. Desperate. But we do not abandon our principles in that desperation for a true vanguard movement. The lesson is not cynicism, but clarity. Within the Democratic Party, dissent is not silence. It is curated. Wow. Wow. This is too fucking good. The architecture is too sophisticated for overt repression. I fucking... God damn. I am not worthy to read this. Holy shit. I need to buy these foods a drink. The architecture is too sophisticated for overt repression. It prefers celebration, co-optation, and eventual exhaustion. And when figures refuse to fall in line, the machine turns to financial discipline. Jabal Bowman and Cory Bush, both once celebrated progressives, were crushed by AIPAC-backed campaigns flush with Wall Street money. The prize of deviation is not exclusion, it is annihilation. Holy fucking Rant. Cheers to these motherfuckers. Cheers to them. This is too fucking good. Also, am I the only one? I mean, honestly, I'm being genuine here. This is how I would be reacting if I was reading this by myself, by the way. A lot more jumping, a lot more shadow boxing for sure. A lot more shadow boxing. I'm not gonna lie to you. Man. The Bernie AOC trap, from insurgents to interpreters of power. My only pushback here would be I don't think they were ever insurgents. Man. We have seen this film before. Sanders, the preacher of class politics. Oof, the preacher of class politics. The preacher, I mean, I would have gone with okay, yeah, preacher's fine, I guess. You didn't want to be a little bit too on the nose of the rabbi of class politics, but okay, it's fine. I get it. Hold on. Is food dying over here? Hold on. The doggo is restless. Oh, my chancla got stuck. I do not even know how that happened. Hey, shout out to all those that wear huaraches. My feet sweat too much. Can't do it. I'll be false alarm, false alarm. He just kind of has the sniffles. All right. We have seen this film before. Sanders, the preacher of class politics, who, when confronted with the machinery of the party, chose to endorse its neoliberal heir. Ocasio-Cortez, the bartender insurgent, whose victory once terrified the establishment, now recast as its eloquent interpreter. Their trajectories chart a recognizable political physics, a sequence through which radical energy is converted into administrative decorum. Now they're just showing off. Now you're just showing off. Now you're just being a fucking nerd, and I'm thankful for it. Wow. Radical energy is converted to administrative decorum. Man. The 7 stages of managed insurgency. Ooh, we got stages. This shit's numbered for us. All right. Mobilize the young. Bro, they're fucking groomers. They're fucking groomers, confirmed. Terrify the centrists. Because you need the centrists to kind of push back to validate that you're truly a fucking threat. Enter negotiations. Compromise. Learn the idiom of responsible governance. Yeah. Okay. We can't defund the police, guys. We can't do it. We can't abolish the police. We just simply cannot do it. Mamdani was talking about maintaining the police. Be praised by the media for maturity. Absorb the logic of centralism. Excuse me. Why did I say that? I don't know. Absorb the logic of incrementalism. Become the new phase of realistic reform. And that's when the centrists start applauding you and your achievements. The cycle is as predictable as it is cruel. The very moral vocabulary that animates the left, care, solidarity, collective struggle, is repurposed into a managerial language of deliverables and stakeholders. What begins as critique ends as compromise. So good. Mamdani's campaign promised to break this cycle through the municipal route. The idea that cities could function as laboratories of socialism, testing the redistributive policies within the shell of capitalist administration. Yet this is a misreading of how urban governance operates under capitalism. Cities are not change-making laboratories, but instruments of fiscal discipline. Urban neoliberalism functions as a clever trap that offers radicals administrative portfolios instead of power. Sorry. I don't know how loud that was. Urban neoliberalism functions as a clever trap that offers radicals administrative portfolios instead of power. God damn. Hey, one of the fortunate things of being a blue collar worker is like, I don't even have the option to cash in my portfolio. To enter the municipal office is to inherit debt ceilings, preemption laws, austerity mandate, and the omnipresent threat of bond rating agencies. True. The socialist is not radicalized by entry. He is house trained by it. Oof. The return of the police state. In July 2025, Mamdani announced that he would retain NYPD Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch. Tisch, a billionaire heiress and avowed Zionist, opposes bail reform, supports youth criminalization, and represents the managerial class that the campaign once opposed. For some, this decision was shocking. It should not have been. Okay, yeah, we read that. All right, we read that. We're proper haters. We read that. Where are we here? Okay. In 2022, Mamdani himself tweeted, "We don't need an investigation to know the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to #defund the NYPD." 5 years later, he declared those words clearly out of step with his current stance, now proposing a Department of Community Safety, a $1 billion initiative meant to supplement, not replace, existing police infrastructure. The ideological retreat is striking not for its novelty, but for its inevitability. Tried my best. Cop City and NYPD are not aberrations. They are expressions of what Cedric Robinson once called the racial capitalist state, a formation that binds public order to property protection. Whether governed by Democrats or Republicans, the logic persists. The difference is only tonal. The liberal state apologizes as it expands the police budget. The conservative state celebrates it. Both demand obedience to the same corrosive order. Man. That is solid. That is, man. So concise too. Literally needed 3 fucking paragraphs. Literally needed 3 paragraphs for what I've rambled on stream for hours. Too fucking good. And I mean, when you're quoting Cedric Robinson, you're so fucking far ahead of the curve, man. Redeeming the Democratic Party and the municipal abyss. How close are we to finishing this? It's just too good, man. It's too fucking good. The Democratic Party is not a contested battleground. It is an instrument of containment that tolerates leftism the way a museum tolerates dissident art. Frame, contextualize, and neutralize. Oh my gosh, one more time. I love this. This is a great analogy. The Democratic Party is not a contested battleground. It is an instrument of containment that tolerates leftism the way a museum tolerates dissident art. Framed, contextualize, and neutralize. Fucking sanitize. You can't even take a picture of it because we got to preserve, the art. Its sinister genius lies not in defeating insurgents, but in displaying them within this structure, where radicalism becomes a decorative ethic. It's all aesthetics, baby. It's all aesthetics. Progressives are invited to serve, but their presence is not a consequence. You are fucking meaningless. You do nothing. Wow. I mean, all you do is just cause more harm by legitimizing these fucking parties and institutions. Man. Add this to the list of like the 4 Clockwork Orange readings that we're going to put liberal through. Bernie Sanders proved this. Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez confirmed it. And Zohran Mamdani now illustrates it. We got the 3 fucking horsemen of selling out. Each entered history stage as a promising rupture, only to become curators of the very institution they sought to unmake. The party does not destroy the left, but domesticates it. It its sophistication is precisely in its hospitality. The greater the welcome, the deeper the rupture. Wow. The greater the welcome, the deeper the capture. Wow. I need to slow down. The Holy Trinity of vendidos. Yeah. The current trinity of the misleadership class. She was about to be the fourth. But she couldn't seal the deal. The Bernie, the AOC, the Mamdani. In nombre de Padre, Espíritu Santi. Okay, butchered the end there, my bad. To govern New York City radically, one would need to seize full control of its capitalist. Damn. All right. To govern New York City radically, one would need to seize full control of its capital flows, land use policy, policing, taxation, public banking, labor councils, and the media infrastructure. The actual levers of municipal power. That sounds like authoritarianism to me. Yet the mayoral office commands almost none of these. Albany dictates rent law, the MTA governs transport, Wall Street sets the fear index by which physical prudence is measured, and redemption statutes define the limits of reform long before any socialist can draft an ordinance. Mamdani may appear to occupy the office, but the office actually occupies him. Architecture devours ideology. The state, even at its most local scale, operates as what Althusser might have called a repressive apparatus designed as administration. And like all ideological apparatus, it rewards fluency in, not dissent against, hegemony language. All right. Literally the thing that we were actually going to read is almost the last. Palestine, Netanyahu, and the softening of a radical tongue. The question of Palestine has long been the litmus test of moral clarity in American politics, especially on the left, precisely because it exposes the fault line between rhetorical solidarity and structural courage. For a fleeting moment, Mamdani appeared to transcend this contradiction. His call to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu under the ICC warrant was not only legally quixotic, but a symbolically radical gesture that momentarily collapsed the distance between global justice and municipal office. Then he proceeded to dance choreography of retreat. The synagogue photo ops, despite Zionist protests, the Hasidic lunches, the statement assuring donors that Zionists would be welcome in his administration, despite his oft-noted pro-BDS stance, and funding the voting University Students for Justice in Palestine chapter. He asserts that he is not anti-Zionist. He asserts that he is not anti-Zionist. He clarified merely pro-Palestine. The left hollowed, the right smirked. The left howled, the right smirked. The center applauded his maturity. In truth, the compromise on the Palestine question was not about Mamdani alone, but the Democratic Party and larger American liberal structure that demands this ritual of contrition. Every cycle of American progressivism encounters the same ethical trial. To be deemed electable, one must be compliant with the empire's vocabulary. Palestine is the price of democratic inclusion because it marks the boundary of acceptable critique. Within the liberal frame, one may speak of justice only if it remains abstract. This is why he couldn't fucking answer that question about a united, liberated, decolonized Ireland. This is why. Within the liberal frame, one may speak of justice only if it remains abstract. To indict settler colonialism or name apartheid or genocide is to risk becoming unintelligible to the very donors and editorial boards who police a discourse of respectability. Optics triumph over principle, as they always do when politics is mistaken for media management. The moral choreography of maturity ensures the solidarity between symbolism, ensures that solidarity becomes symbolism and symbolism becomes silence. Man, I get really frustrated with myself, which only makes it worse. Should we? We'll leave it there so y'all can read the rest of this. You got two sections: the rupture that was possible and the decisions to become legible instead, as well as what is to be done. Read this on your own accord. That shit was dope. Scalawag, Ali Rita Khan, and Joshua Reed, thank you. We are humbled by your intellect, your clarity, your articulation, your honesty. Thank you for illuminating this so much further. Man. All right. Still the Mamdani. How am I supposed to edit this down when we're spent essentially almost 2 hours on Mamdani? All right. That's hilarious. Zig, thank you. Headline just came out. Pentagon seeking $200 billion to continue the war in Iran. Wow. All right, let's hear this brave husband.
Kind of rhetoric before she took that job. And do you think that type of rhetoric is acceptable about him?
I think it's. I think that rhetoric is patently unacceptable. I think it's reprehensible. And as is common for freelance illustrators, the First Lady was commissioned to illustrate an excerpt of a book by a third party. She's never engaged with or met with the author, nor had she seen the tweets that you're referring to. And we stand in our administration, and I can tell you our administration, which is separate from the First Lady, as she doesn't have a role within it, against bigotry of all forms. And we do so unflinchingly because every single New Yorker deserves a place that they can call home without having to be wary of being their full self when they do so.
Their full self being Zionist? Mayor Mamdani says his wife, Rama Dawaji, was not aware of anti-Israel posts like calling some Israel citizens parasites from an author she illustrated an essay for. Mamdani calls that rhetoric reprehensible and says his wife booked a gig through a third party. Fucking cowards. Fucking absolute cowards. And they applaud that shit. So let's break this shit down. Why is NYC's Mamdani facing criticism over response to attacks on wife? Bro, like they're so fucking light skinned, bro. It's crazy. That's wild. I don't think I've ever gotten that white a day in my life. Like maybe my like feet are that white. Mis nalgas. Because they never see the sun. But wow, it's crazy. Anywho. Side note. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani has found himself at the center of a political firestorm over his wife's past illustration work related to Palestine. The Imbrolingo? What the fuck is that? That one I'm not even pretend to know. Wow. An extremely confused, complicated, or embarrassing situation. Imbroglio? There's no way imbroglio is how you say that. I refuse. No. I refuse.
Imbroglio.
Imbroglio. Oh, the G is silent?
Imbroglio.
Let's look. Wait, hold on.
Imbroglio. Imbroglio.
Imbroglio. So no G.
Imbroglio.
Imbroglio. What's that bar? What's the fucking Cause real G's move in silence like lasagna. You guys are so fucking lucky that I'm not actually a hip hop head. You're so, I mean, the way that I would just annoy the shit out of all you with just referencing bars, you know what I mean? Real G's moving silent like lasagna. I mean, doesn't get better than that. Imbroglio. God damn, bro, that's so dumb.
Imbroglio.
Imbroglio. All right, somebody in Al Jazeera flexing on me. It's cool. It's cool. The imbroglio began last week when several right-wing news outlets reported on New York City First Lady Rama Dawaji's past work connected to Palestinian author Susan Abdul Hawa, and several incendiary comments Abdul Hawa has made. But the response from Mamdani, who has since decried Abdul Hawa's past statements as abhorrent, has sparked blowback from some of his own supporters who say he risks reinforcing harmful narratives that conflate support for Palestinians with anti-Jewish sentiment. Red Sea. You think I'm a schmuck? You think I'm Red Sea? You think I'm a schmuck over here? You think I don't come ready? You think I don't come prepared? Red Sea, come on. You know me. You know what? Come on now. Put a little respect on the silent G's. Ay. Where are we at? Yes, okay. Some critics also say the situation underscores a broader double standard in the US, one which the first Muslim mayor of the country's largest city faces heightened scrutiny even as high-profile elected lawmakers launch blatantly Islamophobic attacks with little recourse. Here's what to know. I get no respect. What was the work in question? Dawaji's ties to Abu Hawa were first reported by the conservative news site The Washington Free Beacon last week. It said that 28-year-old Dawaji, freelance illustrator, had provided an illustration for an essay compiled by Abu Hawa as part of a collection from writers in Gaza titled Every Moment is a Life, published online by Everything is Political. Abu Hawa later clarified that the piece was actually a short story written by a resident in Gaza displaced during Israel's genocidal war, titled A Trial of Soap. It detailed the difficulties and indignities of using a public makeshift restroom in a war-torn enclave. Mamdani said Dawaji had been commissioned by a third party and had never engaged with or met with Abdul Hawa, a claim Abdul Hawa later confirmed. What comments of the reports highlight the Free Beacon report, as well as a subsequent report by the New York Post and Jewish Insider highlighted past comments made by Abdul Hawa. Some critics have maintained that a handful of Abdul Hawa's posts appear to reference all Jewish people, a position Abdul Hawa has rejected. She has maintained that the statements are a reflection of the pain she felt as a Palestinian who has twice traveled to Gaza for aid work during Israel's genocidal war, which has killed more than 72,000 Palestinians since October 2023. So let's hear their statements on this. Actually, we're going to start a little further down.
To me, using adjectives like reprehend, at least 3 degrees removed proximity to me. Mayor Mamdani then held a press conference in which he denounced me using adjectives like reprehensible, and he explained accurately that Rama and I do not know each other, have never met, and have had no direct or indirect interactions. Unfortunately, that was the only accurate part of what was said. So I want to clear a few things up for Mr. Mamdani, for his supporters and detractors alike, for the reporters, for my readers, for my own friends.
Okay, it's Abul Hawa. Abul Hawa. Thank you.
And for the public in general. So let me start with the essay itself. It is not, in fact, an essay. It is a short story, and I am not the author. The story is entitled A Trail of Soap. It was written by Diana Slayeh, a brilliant young woman in Gaza who survived and continues to try to survive Israel's genocide and unceasing attempts at ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from their homeland. Diana is one of a couple dozen young people whom I mentored over the course of 8 writing workshops that I conducted in Gaza in 2004 during 2 trips that I made to Gaza in the middle of Israel's relentless bombing campaigns to obliterate Gaza. It was not an easy feat for these young people to gather for the workshops, but they spent hours walking, cycling, or taking donkey carts to get to our meeting places for the writing workshops. There were times.
Let it be known that this is who Mamdani denounced. Let it be known that Mamdani, for Zionist sensibilities, denounced actual Palestinian people in Gaza. That's what he fucking did.
Even when their lives were at risk to get to and from the meeting places. And I say this because it matters. Because one wonders, why would they risk their lives to get to writing workshops? Israel had reduced their lives to rubble. Israel had reduced their dreams and their ambitions to mere daily quests for sufficient sustenance. Israel had interrupted, maybe even dismantled, their psyches with ineffable trauma. They had stripped them of the most basic human dignities. In fact, the particular short story in question chronicles the details of the first time that Diana had to contend with using a public toilet that was shared by hundreds of women who walked out of their tents and waited in line, waited in filth, in misery, just to use the bathroom in the morning. So these young people risked dangers that most of us cannot begin to fathom, just to attend writing workshops, because it was a singular outlet for intellectual exercise and creative expression. They came.
That is man. And it reminds me of Real Fat. These basic, fundamental human characteristics of wanting to express yourself, to articulate yourself in an artistic manner, because writing is, a form of art. That you crave some sense of normalcy, that you're willing to risk your life while going through a genocide. It is a level of dystopian nightmare that I hope nobody has to experience, but they are experiencing. And understand that the Zionist entity, that Mamdani is collaborating with, and in turn, all the people that support Mamdani. One of their main objectives is to destroy these outlets of human expression, to cause death and genocide in all aspects of Palestinian life. They don't want these workshops to exist because they don't want Palestinian thought to be expressed and documented. And if it is expressed and documented, then it must be refuted and denounced. And Mamdani is more than happy to do so. I want to go over this. I don't know how many so-called political streamers have actually read this on their stream. A lot of these people are very well off and have all the time in the day to actually hold on. Yeah, we'll put this right here. To actually go through this. But they don't give a fuck. They don't fucking care. That's what you have to understand. They don't fucking care. This is not real to them. Their solidarity is all transactional. So of course they wouldn't bother to actually take time to educate their audience and use this opportunity, the Zionist smear campaign, to amplify Palestinian voices. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll give them credit. The trial of soap. And this reminds me of I haven't read this yet. I'm reading it with y'all. This reminds me of Muhammad al-Kurd, Perfect Victims. But he talks about it, and unfortunately he talks about it in Bad Hasbara, or those liberal Zionists, that there's so little you can actually say. Because for so long, European Christians have created so many stereotypes and around Jewish people that almost anything is deemed as an anti-Semitic dog whistle. And so, of course, the trial of soap is associated with, you know, this notion that the Nazis used the bodies of Jewish people to make soap, right? Now, mind you, Zionists and the Zionist entity insulted and insult survivors of the Holocaust by calling them soap, because Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic, and they view those victims of the Holocaust as weak, as the weak Jewish people that must be rejected, right? Because they didn't dare not just simply fight back, but oppress others to earn their spot within whiteness. A trial of soap. So a lot of people got, you know, instinctively like triggered or upset. I shouldn't say triggered, upset about the idea of soap even being in the title, because nobody's actually engaging with this text. Nobody's actually given the time of day to read it and go through it. A trial of soap by Diana Isla. I poured yellow liquid dish soap onto my left palm, which instinctively cupped into a deep hollow, like a well yearning to be a well once more. I would need to wash my hands after using the toilet near our tent, though the faucet was usually empty. Water had been annihilated alongside people in this genocide, becoming a ghost that graciously deigns to appear to us when it wishes to, one we can chase after rather than flee. The miserable toilet was made of 4 wooden posts, wrapped in a makeshift curtain made from an old scrap of fabric to sheer You could see a silhouette behind it, like some obscene farce mimicking the absurdity of our lives. A blanket full of holes and splinters served as a door. Inside the concrete slab, with a hole in the middle, you need time to convince yourself to enter such a place. The stench alone seizes your eyelids and turns your stomach the moment it creeps into your nose. I thought about going to the damn distant public toilet. I hated it during the first weeks of our displacement, but it was the only one in the area where you could both relieve yourself and scrub off the dust of misery that clung to every air molecule. It infuriated me that it was wretched and run down, and the crowding only made it worse, full of sand, soiled toilet paper, and sanitary pads scattered in every corner. My imagination recoiled from the routing of going to this woman's public toilet, about 50 meters from our tent. Should I go? I asked myself out loud. I decided to go, taking one step forward and 2 steps back. I'd ask anyone returning from the toilet, "Is there water in the tap today?" and await the answer with the eagerness of a child hoping for candy. You have to hurry before it runs out. Or more often, there isn't any. So we'd all, men, women, and children, arm ourselves with a plastic water bottle, which was a kind of public declaration. We're off to the toilet. We'd also carry a bar of soap in a box, although most people didn't bother using it since it didn't lather and was like washing your hands with a rock. I looked up and exhaled, staring into the vast gray nothingness that stared right back at me. Then I stepped out onto the sand across from our ramshackle displacement camp. Karama, Camp Dignity, though dignity itself cries out in this filthy, exhausted place, choked with chaos and a desperate scramble to moisten our veins with a drop of life. The road was empty, as it was early morning, and even the clamor of camp life lay dormant at that hour. Still, I couldn't relax my shoulders to signal my senses that we were alone, that we were safe. My fingers remained clenched over the yellow dish soap, my hand hanging at my side to keep it from spilling. I crossed the distance to the toilet, step by step, meter by meter, tent by tent, and the souls who dwelled in them, just as they were, unchanged, their curious eyes fixed on me. I passed a garbage heap, shaped like a crescent moon, overflowing with all kinds of empty food cans, food that had ruined the linings of our intestines and united us in the agonies of digestion and bowel movements. Something trickled from my palm, a thread of liquid that felt like blood dripping between my fingers, down my wrist in thickening droplets. My hand trembled and my eyes blurred. I convinced myself without looking that it was all in my head, not in my hand. Quickened my pace, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. At last, I reached the only 2 public toilets in the area, one for men and the other for women, both encased in white plastic printed with the blue UNICEF logo. Inside, I was met with the Toilet Chronicles, no less squalid with the toilet itself. Unparalleled chatter among women who'd waited long hours in the line together. The old women bemoaned the soft nature of our generation, insisting our condition was a moral consequence of our being spoiled. This bullshit about trauma begets trauma in reference to Zionist colonizers. We went over how Kat was talking from both sides of her mouth, saying that no, I support the right of return, but trauma begets trauma, and I wouldn't support another Nakba if it meant that Palestinians seeking the land that was stolen from them would mean displacing the Zionist colonizers that took that land. And they use this language, liberal Zionists love using this, compradors love using this, that trauma begets trauma. And they butcher it, they massacre, they bastardize what that fucking means. Because this is what it means. This is what it means. That we have elders who have been through so fucking much and have lost so much along the way and have survived and are living with this trauma that they don't know how to process, that no assistance is provided for them to process this trauma. And so the way that that comes out, the way that that is expressed is too often, and you see this through different cultures, the scolding, the bemoaning, the hypercriticism of the younger generations. And that's why that kind of broke me, because it's like sometimes it's very difficult to be sympathetic to our elders, because we only see the consequences of their trauma and how that has transformed them and created a callous. Now, more often than not, that is not the case, and you have very loving elders. But that's a real consequence. And sometimes it comes and goes, and sometimes it's expressed in ways that isn't so evident, and we don't process or realize what was occurring until we get older and we realize that, hey, that wasn't very kind. But all I'm trying to say is, you know, we depend on them so much, but sometimes because of the trauma, they've normalized certain things that are hurtful, that can be abusive to the younger generation. And it's such a double-edged sword, right? Where it's kind of like, oh, I get it. You probably did go through worse. But that's not helpful right now. For these younger children, the youth going through this nightmare for the first time. But it's so difficult to kind of combat that, because it is kind of coping. It's a coping mechanism to say we've been through worse, because the subtext there is, and I survived, and so will you. Which is optimistic in a way. And again, just bastardized in this way that is the true definition of trauma begets trauma. So when we look at these compradors, when we look at these sellouts, when we look at these liberal Zionists, and it might seem like I'm hypercritical or I'm just angry and hateful, that I'm petty. Understand is it's not that I'm exaggerating, is that I realize how they weaponize language and to what extent, and how that erases and paints over the realities that that language is supposed to represent. Man. I knew it was going to be a different stream today. I just didn't think that it was going to be this so quick. Thank you all for being here. I sincerely mean it. I mean, you know, thank you. Other women pleaded to be led into the toilet quickly because they were diabetic. They banged on the door with urgency and physical pain, like they would break in and grab the person behind it by the throat, shouting, "When will you come out?" The women inside yelled back, "I'm squeezing my guts out. Should I vomit them up too? Have patience. Damn, whoever called this a restroom." I looked around. A pale-faced woman smiled at me. I returned her a smile, but my face quickly stiffened again, as if the muscles scolded me for stretching them into a smile. A voice inside me whispered meaningly, "What are you both smiling about?" A furious cry rang from the other stall. "Oh my God, someone is plucking her body hair. What are you doing?" It's a toilet. A toilet. Another voice shot back, "Lower your voice, woman, and hurry up. The child's crying." Two little girls stood nearby with tousled hair, drool marking their cheeks, their eyes half shut. They were crying to use the toilet, clutching their crotches, shifting restlessly in the sandy corridor where we stood. I was trying to push through to the water tap at the end of the hall, attempting to escape this tiresome, tragic theater. As my luck would have it, there was no water. I opened my palm. It too was empty. The yellow dish soap my mother bought yesterday was gone. All that remained was a sticky smear across my left hand and a long thread trailing behind me in the sand. Had it been dripping from my hand all along the way? I twisted the faucet handle back and forth, a futile hope for even a thin
I voted for
thread of
Kamala
water.
Harris. You got a problem?
Not a single drop came. My body sagged under the weight of rage, disappointed fury, and a storm of unanswerable questions. I rushed through the crowded corridor of angry women out into the street. I couldn't hold back tears. I wept. With all my being and soul, I cursed the whole world.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Humanity, civilization, people. I cursed myself and the occupation of Gaza and her sea. The sea I love with a weary, lonely love, just as I've always loved everything in this patch of earth. I sobbed the entire way back, without shame. I didn't care who saw. Not the passerby, not the homes or tents, not the ground I walked on. My grief rained tears on this land, on the way there and back. But the land's thirst is never quenched, neither with our tears nor with our blood. My eyes were wrung dry from crying by the time I reached our tent. I collapsed on the ground like a warrior who drops to his knees on the battlefield, gutted by swords, his blood and hope spilled. Questions clamored in my head. Can a homeland also be exile? Can another exile exist within exile? What is home? Is home the homeland itself, the soil of a nation? Or is it the other way around? The homeland is only so if it's truly home. If the homeland is the home, why do I feel like a stranger in Rafah, a place just 10 minutes from my city, Khan Yunis? And why did I fear the feeling I had when I imagined myself in our kitchen where my mother cooked muluke and malukpa for the first time in 6 months, when though I wasn't at home in our house, even though I wasn't at home in our house. That day I said out loud, is this what the occupation wants? For me to feel at home merely in the memory of home. How can I feel at home without being there? How can I be outside of my homeland when I'm in it? I looked down at my hand, dry and cracked, in January's chill. A yellow soap liquid had turned into frozen white powder between my fingers. I don't know where it went. A Trail of Soap by Diana Isla. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. When I tell you that we do not hate Mamdani enough, when I tell you that we do not hate the compradors, the sellouts, the Zionist normalizers, I mean it with every fiber. This is what he denounced. Let's be very clear. This is what Mamdani denounced. Yeah, the book is called Every Moment is a Life. Do yourself a favor and purchase it. There's only one of many stories in it. Pink Panda Hassan Piker, Sam Cedar, Emma Vidlin, Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, the Leftist Mafia. They will all continue supporting Mamdani. They will brush this aside. They will sweep all this under the rug. And they are going to applaud cheap public transportation. As somebody who grew up on public transportation or dependent on these things, unlike them, this is the cost and the price of National Socialism. This is what they're advertising. How many of them do you think read this? I'm not saying this to tap my own back. I'm saying because they're making a living, a livelihood. They are financially so comfortable talking about politics. How many of them read to their audience, a larger platform, larger audience than I probably will ever have, if we're being honest? Not to put a limit on myself, but because I don't call to white people, I'm not a fucking rad lib. How many of them took the time to read this and educate their audience on what Mamdani was denouncing? How many of them? Hassan Piker, the largest leftist political streamer, did he read this for his audience of tens of thousands? And why not? Is it too much to ask? Is it too much to ask that the largest political commentators on the so-called left, educate their audience and just read this? To give Diana a voice, to allow her words to speak for themselves, to push back against the denunciations, the smearing by Zohran Mamdani? We don't hate them enough. We're not angry enough.
Came so they could be reminded of their potential. They came to feel that they are more than creatures seeking food and water and shelter, that they have a place in the world, that they have a voice, a relevance, something to contribute. They came to touch the lives that they thought they might still have, even if it was just for a few hours. It is important that you know this about the story that Rama Douaji illustrated, because it has been my honor and my privilege to know these young people, to have instigated, compiled, translated, and with my friend Hosama Habayeb edit this bilingual collection of 18 short stories by 18 beautiful, courageous individuals who deserve to be heard, to be read, to be protected. I hope Rama likewise feels the same honor and privilege to have brushed up against them. Their book is called Every Moment is a Life. I should have brought the copy so you could see the cover, but you can find it. It's called Every Moment is a Life, Gaza in the Time of Genocide. And let me take a moment to thank the Zionists for this bit of publicity for the book. But moving on, I want to speak.
Did the lefty political commentators take advantage of this attention to highlight Palestinian voices? Or were they tripping over themselves to wag their finger but fundamentally excuse Mamdani's smearing of literal Palestinian children.
About this accusation of anti-Semitism against me, and also about the nature and requisites of racism in general. At the most basic level, I'll start with the word Semite.
Pink Panda says, I hope in the future the kind of thing Mamdani did is considered part of genocidal behavior and erasure. That's exactly how it should be seen. But you think that would make a difference to these white rat libs who were telling you to vote for Holocaust Harris, who would have told you to vote for Genocide Joe? This is what I'm saying, that they just pretend. They're just playing pretend because they think it's going to make them look like the righteous person. It's going to allow them to tell their children, their grandchildren, that they were on the right side of history. Just don't look at the details. The genocide of Palestinians was not enough for them to abandon the Democratic Party because they don't value the lives of Palestinians. It's that simple.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
AKA Kat, thank you so much for that super chat. Super generous. Thank you so much for that. I'm humbled. Completely humbled. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. It does definitely feel, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. One of the reasons why I hesitated so long to monetize the channel was because I don't want to be an opportunist. I don't want to seem like I'm only doing this for a financial gain, you know? And it just made it a whole lot easier to not even have things monetized, to avoid that sense of guilt. It was still present. It was still don't get me wrong. I'm a fucking good Catholic boy, apparently. The guilt is forever present. But thank you for your generosity, aka Kev. Thank you so much. I'm just in my feelings. I'm very I knew it was gonna happen. I just thought it was gonna be later in the stream, with the Cesar Chavez accusations. Not because I hold Chavez like dear to my heart or anything like that, but because again, that machismo and the abuse is so normalized. And man, I got stories and stories of this. We all do, you know, within the Lion, Brown, Hispanic community, whatever you want to call us, of this shit being so normalized. And I've been very fortunate, but people that I love so much, so dearly, haven't. And so I knew that I was going to break today. I did. I knew. Especially after hearing the ages of the girls. The girls. But all this is it's heavy. And that's why we had to fucking hold on to the hatred towards the Cesar Chavez opportunist, towards the Mamdani opportunist. Thank you. Give me 1 second, y'all. I do need to use the bathroom. Let me restart this and I'll be right back, but I'll pick up to where we left off at the 6-minute mark. I'll be right back.
So I'm getting a lot of requests from reporters and whatnot about yesterday. So if you will please indulge me 15 minutes or so to respond to all of you. Yesterday, I went to an iftar at a friend's home, and I got home a bit late. Little did I know that in the time that I spent enjoying the company of my friends that evening and catching up, a storm was brewing in New York that placed me at the center of what appears to be a coordinated attack on New York City's First Lady, Rama Douaji. The story went something like this. Rama illustrated an essay that I wrote, and she must therefore be an anti-Semite merely for this professional, at least 3 degrees removed proximity to me. Mayor Mamdani then held a press conference in which he denounced me using adjectives like reprehensible, and he explained accurately that Rama and I do not know each other, have never met, and have had no direct or indirect interactions. Unfortunately, that was the only accurate part of what was said. So I want to clear a few things up for Mr. Mamdani, for his supporters and detractors alike, for the reporters, for my readers, for my own friends, and for the public in general. So let me start with the essay itself. It is not, in fact, an essay. It is a short story, and I am not the author. The story is entitled A Trail of Soap. It was written by Diana Slayeh, a brilliant young woman in Gaza who survived and continues to try to survive Israel's genocide and unceasing attempts at ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from their homeland. Diana is one of a couple dozen young people whom I mentored over the course of 8 writing workshops that I conducted in Gaza in 2004 during 2 trips that I made to Gaza in the middle of Israel's relentless bombing campaigns to obliterate Gaza. It was not an easy feat for these young people to gather for the workshops, but they spent hours walking, cycling, or taking donkey carts to get to our meeting places for the writing workshops. There were
Sorry, I'm back. Usually I don't like playing other people's content, but I felt like we had kind of taken a long break to read that piece. So just to provide a little bit of a fresh reminder of that content.
Our 50th state. Like, if we're going to colonize them, then let's actually show
Thank you for
solidarity,
joining the YouTube members. Appreciate that. And I need to get on top of that. The YouTube membership is something I need to really lock in on. Pancho says, spent 2 hours talking with Latinx students and others about Chavez behavior today, mostly women students. Lots of heartbreak in our community. Yeah, it's going to be a hard line to walk in the sense of it's going to come off weird to not come off like I'm going to be saying I told you so, but definitely kind of like, hey, the signs should have always been there, and this should have been unsurprising because of the xenophobia, because of the assault on undocumented workers, because of the glorification of the state of Chavez, because of the erasure of the more radical and militant Filipino farm workers, you name it. All these were signals of an opportunist. And if you're going to take advantage of a movement and be glorified for it, to take that step to take advantage of girls and women is, in my mind, not a large leap. But, you know, I'm glad that you had the conversation, Pancho. I mean, I also wouldn't be opposed if you were free to have a conversation about this, just to kind of help me navigate through walking that line, I guess, or just for us to kind of converse. Let me know if you're down. Just I don't know, like on Signal or WhatsApp, whatever you're comfortable with. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We're at the 6-minute mark. 6:03, I believe. Appreciate it, Mano. Appreciate it.
I'll start with the word Semite. Unlike the white Ashkenazi Jews attacking me, I am an actual Semitic person. Semitism is just another part of our identity that they have stolen. Zionists have dispossessed us of our homes, our heritage, our land, our ancestral cemeteries, our orchards, our artifacts, our books, archives, photos, resources, and so much more. They wear our skin, literally, from their famed skin bank, which they've built from the mutilated bodies of our martyrs. And they wear our skin figuratively. In the indigenous stories, they have appropriated the culinary and sartorial heritage that these European Jewish supremacist colonizers claim as their own. So I will address instead anti-Jewishness and the nature of racism in general. Because the most fundamental characteristic of racism, in fact, the primary and maybe only prerequisite for any kind of racism, is a power gradient. It's a power differential that facilitates the transfer of abuse and oppression from those with power against those without power. Thus, racism is unidirectional. It can only flow from those who have power. The mistrust or hatred even that occurs in reverse is something else. It is the most natural reaction to the sustained systemic abuse, oppression, and violence from those who deem themselves superior, better, divinely favored, and so on. For example, the sniper who shot my friend Jihan's 3-year-old daughter, Noor, shattering both her tiny legs while she was in her mother's arms in Gaza, is a hateful, racist ghoul. I understand that's one of the things I've been criticized for saying. And I double up on it, frankly. But the rage, the disgust, even hatred that Jihan or I feel toward that sniper is not racism. It is not anti-Jewishness. It is not anti-Semitism. Nor are her feelings toward the tank operator who blew out the back of her son Arab's head, making her fingers sink into his brains when she tried to pick him up. Our feelings or words in response to 78 years of this barbaric colonial violence are not reprehensible, they are not anti-Semitic, and they are not anti-Jewish. In fact, despite everything they have done to us, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of Jews, both inside and outside of Israel, support this Zionist carnage and domination.
I've been saying it. Show me one major Jewish institution that is anti-Zionist. Sam Cedar lied to his audience about the support that Euro-American Jews have for the Zionist entity. Yesterday, we were going over this piece. Shout out to the Good Shepherd Collective and the call. JVP picks sides, and it's the Democratic Party, the same party that initiated this version of the genocide of Palestinians following October 7th. These are the so-called Jewish allies that Palestinians have. Norm Finkelstein, a hypercritical liberal Zionist, literally said, "I am not an enemy of Israel." Called BDS a cult for not recognizing the Zionist entity's right to exist. Was bragging nonstop about all the young Jewish people in JVP showing up. Because again, it's never been about Palestinians for Norm Finkelstein. It's been about his parents and his Jewish white identity. That's why when shit was getting tough for him, when he was no longer being censored as the white savior that he is, and Palestinians were allowed to speak for themselves, he immediately started to do that pivot, that reactionary pivot. And always shout out to Dr. Jared Ball, I Makes What I Like, for asking the right questions. So fucking impactful and so revealing was that conversation, that the liberal Zionist queen herself, Katie Halper, had to come out and give cover to Norm Finkelstein. I have not seen Finkelstein's new article. I can't imagine what it's about.
We still have the tender human sense to recognize those Jews, however a minority they might be, who do not support Israel, and to embrace the far smaller minority who are anti-Zionist, in fact. People like Ilan Pape, Richard Falk, Mark Perlmutter, Aaron Mate, Katie Halper, Max Blumenthal, Neturei Karta. the Jews who expend their skills and labor to expose Jewish supremacist Zionist criminality. We have kept our humanity despite the unceasing and layered violence against us. The feelings we have of pain, rage, contempt, or hatred, coupled with the impotence to make the suffering stop, is what we call in Arabic qahr. It is a reaction to the kind of violent racism that one does not have the power to meaningfully alter or alleviate. It is important that you understand the difference, Mr. Mamdani. Israel, and by extension Israelis, since, as we're constantly told, they're the only democracy in the region, have destroyed, shattered, and robbed my family of everything. They have done the same to every Palestinian family, no matter where they are on this planet. They have committed a genocide in full view of the world, in the wholeness of its blood and gore, its apocalyptic horror, its generational injury, and its moral harm to all of humanity. No words can adequately capture the evil I have witnessed or experienced at their hands. I do not have sufficient language to describe what they have done to us, what Gaza smells like, feels or looks like up close now. But it is the kind of knowledge that alters one's life and makes you understand that the very least one can do is to speak truth to power, to have the courage of one's convictions.
Mamdani can't even do that and he already won. Mamdani can't even do that and he already won. Peter Beinart, who has profited off being the poster boy of liberal Zionism in the vanguard of liberal Zionist propagandists, couldn't even uphold BDS, couldn't even listen to Palestinian people tell him not to go to Tel Aviv University because he doesn't fucking value Palestinian voices. You know, she even mentioned Katie Halper out there. I'm sure Katie Halper has lent her platform for true fucking truth tellers like Susan here. Abul Hawa. But I've noticed this too with somebody who, you know, I just immensely admire in Mohammed Al-Kurd. I really wish I would have finished his book before doing that pointless debate on Jubilee with that fucking Comprador potato head motherfucker. But I'm a slow reader. That's on me. But he went on Bad Hasbro, and it's like one of the reasons that I get motivated to kind of get my shit together and make concise videos on these fucking opportunists is in hopes that true, genuine people like Mohammed Al-Kurd, like Susan Abu Hawa, might be aware of their true insidious nature, that I can document in a concise, digestible manner what we go through in these, you know, hours long streams, so that hopefully they might be able to run into one of these videos and realize that they're dealing with some of the most insidious opportunists at no fault of their own in trusting them, because on the surface they seem trustworthy. And that's why I emphasize that we need to have receipts, right? It's not enough to make these false accusations or broad accusations without having receipts, because they hide between ambiguity. Nope, not gonna happen. Ambiguity? Damn. Ambiguous. Anywho, they hide behind that. I mean, understand, you have Sam Cedar saying that he doesn't consider himself an anti-Zionist or a Zionist. That's how blatantly opportunistic these people are. Ambiguity, Ambiguity. Thank you. Pepe, thank you so much. Ambiguity. It's a real fucking issue. It's a real problem. Ambiguity. Thank you so much. You guys are so fucking kind to me. Honestly. It always reminds me of, maybe I'm kind of trying to find something to smile at. The cable guy, when he's like, my brother's a speech therapist. And he's like, so? He's like, oh, never mind. Underrated fucking movie. So fucking good.
To exercise the privilege of having a voice, however muted or shadow banned it might be. To speak forcefully for those who are defenseless against hateful colonial state violence. That is all the power I have, and I will continue to use it so long as I breathe. I do not have the power to materially change our condition or even to harm our tormentors, but they do have that power, and they use it daily against us all. In my case, it has meant that I and my family, in addition to being dispossessed, exiled from our homeland, have been fired from our jobs, cancelled, marginalized, disinvited, and otherwise curtailed our livelihoods. They have used their power to persuade leading politicians to publicly disparage me. You are not the first, Mr. Mamdani. Zionist billionaires, South Australia's premier, one of my own foreign publishers, journalists, UPenn University president, and members of the board of trustees, and many other powerful people preceded you in attacking me for daring to not mince words or self-censor when I speak of the demonic forces that have been wreaking havoc on our bodies, our lives, our children, our very place in the world. But you are the one who has compelled me to respond like this. No one has a right to criticize what we say about or how we describe those who've set up sexual torture camps like Sdetiman, where over 10,000 Palestinians who were kidnapped from their homes in Gaza are being starved, beaten, raped, mutilated, and tortured as I speak. No one can tell me how I should speak about the people who forced my proud grandmother into a bug-infested shack so foreign Jews could live in her Jerusalem home. No one will tell me what to say about the Israelis who set our anguish to music and made TikTok trends from the mangled bodies of our babies. So, Mr. Mamdani, I was disappointed to hear what you said, but the truth is I'm not mad at you, and I strangely am not taking it personally. I did not have the same visceral reaction that others had to condemn you. My overriding impulse was to correct and educate. In that spirit, and in the time-honored tradition of Arab or Muslim aunties offering unsolicited advice,
How is she this fucking kind? And yeah. I don't like this. Dr. Cornel West kind of pushes it a lot, where like almost bragging about the ability of the Black community to be so forgiving and willing to move forward, right? And it's the white supremacist community kind of like fear mongering and inability to have love and forgiveness in their heart. And time and time again, you see the most hurt people, the most traumatized, the most oppressed, be the most human. I don't like to glorify that or put an extra spotlight on it, because it kind of glorifies, turning the other cheek, or it glorifies taking the higher road or whatnot, right? When in reality, I think both reactions are equally powerful. You know, if she would have came out and been like, you're a Comprador bastard, Zionist collaborator, you have smeared the children of Palestine. Like, if she would have come out and said the same thing, the same truth, but packaged differently, packaged with aggression instead of understanding, we need to normalize that both of those things are equal in value, right? We can't allow the system to glorify one over the other. It's just literally a personal choice. Some people are more comfortable with embracing and dwelling in that hatred and the anger. Don't believe this bullshit lie that like it weighs you down, right? No. Righteous hatred, righteous anger does not weigh you down. It is fuel just as love is. But I do admire this because I do find it, for me personally, more difficult. But this kind of goes back to Maureen, or what was his name? The individual that debated alongside Norm Finkelstein. Rabbani. Yeah. With Rabbani is the childish way that Norm Finkelstein was behaving because he felt personally insulted that he was debating a streamer. So he acted like a clown because he's a white savior and he actually doesn't care about Palestinian people. Whereas Maureen had to kind of hold his composure and not allow his feelings, his emotions, his thoughts, his personal sentiment of the situation stop him from presenting himself and the case for Palestinians in the best light, despite the circus that was that program. Because it wasn't about him, because he's not a white savior. It's unfortunate that he's friendly with, cozied up with a white savior, but you know, when you know somebody personally, it's kind of difficult to hold them accountable appropriately. But again, you see that humility sometimes be forced upon us when we're trying to prioritize a larger goal and to not allow our personal feelings get in the way of that. And it's a huge task, and it's one that I choose not to partake in, but one that I admire individuals who were able to remain, you know, disciplined.
I would like to encourage you to do the following. Number 1, when you feel pressure of powerful people asking you to condemn someone or something, just pause and gather information so you can construct a full picture from which you can then make a moral decision, not a politically expedient or convenient decision, but a moral and ethical one. Because ultimately, that is what New Yorkers saw in you when they elected you against all odds to lead them.
But again, he's a fraud. He's a fucking fraud. He's a fraud. He's proven this time and time again. We fell for it. Well, a lot of us fell for it. He is a spineless, moralless creature that simply wants power and status. That's who he truly is.
Number 2, in making such a decision, always be aware of the power dynamics and try to never condemn those without power or with lesser power as a reaction to pressure from those with tremendous power, those with access to wealth, media influence, political positions, and so on. I offer these words in the spirit of this holy month coming to a close now, and I offer it from a personal and collective Palestinian wound that opens wider with every new assault, with every moment of violence, denial, marginalization, demonization, denigration, diminishment, humiliation, theft, appropriation, dismemberment, trauma, and dispossession poured on us every day of every year in one way or another. Lastly, and separately, I want to congratulate you on the work you have done and continue to do for the working families in New York. I have watched with admiration how you centered municipal workers as the heroes in every snowstorm, how you reimagined childcare as a right for every working family and as a social responsibility for everyone. These are things worthy of respect and admiration. But in this instance, you have erred. You succumbed to forces that seek to pick away at you, at your talented, beautiful wife, and at your work, clawing harder with each apology or concession you make. If you are not careful, they will siphon your soul before you even realize it. I wish you well, Mr. Mamdani. If you or Rama are readers of novels, especially historic fiction, I would love to send you a stack of my books. Because literature, art, music, these are the most profound landscapes where humans can meet each other across geographic, generational, linguistic, racial, and cultural borders. And let me close this sincere message with the hope of glory to our martyrs and victory to every nation, every individual anywhere today fighting against the tyranny of the Epstein class.
And that's who Mamdani has chosen to side with time and time again. The one thing that I would push back on her is he sold his soul a long time ago. Mamdani sold his soul a long time ago. That is the unfortunate reality. But that's how he secured political office and power. This is St. Patrick stuff. So, a video that it was already old apparently. I think this was the original one. Let's see, it's from Anas Saleh. Zohran winning isn't what angers me. It's that he convinced people to crawl back to the Democratic Party and believes his victory was somehow a win for the pro-Palestinian movement. In truth, it set us back. Instead of holding him accountable for capitulating to Zionists, people are now attacking anyone who dares to criticize him. His supporters have gone from demanding Palestinian liberation to normalizing his defense of Israel's right to exist and his condemnation of resistance. And Brianna Joy Gray, which genuinely asking, because I haven't been following it as closely these last couple of weeks, can you point to me in the direction of any statement normalizing Israel's right to exist? I don't believe this is genuine. I don't believe that's a genuine question. But Anna says, yes, of course, it's been a lot. And I still believe that he's a better candidate when compared to Cuomo. I'm not questioning that at all. I'm also not going to pretend that reaffirming Israel's right to exist in any form aligns with the principles of the pro-Palestinian movement, nor does condemning Palestinian resistance or speaking over it. Even the Irish president recently deflected a question about Hamas, making it clear that Palestinians have the right to determine their own government and politics without outside interference. He, on the other hand, actively chooses to diminish that. I'll add a thread below with the video clips. Why it's so important to keep receipts. But before we go through this thread, this is a video that resurfaced.
Politicians that constantly
Politicians that constantly reaffirm Israel's right to exist. Because people like me are constantly attacked by politicians for standing up for Palestine, and you are constantly defending the right for Israel to exist. My family is in Palestine right now, constantly under attack, and I'm hearing you say free Palestine, but also Israel has the right to exist. Don't be hypocritical. Don't be hypocritical and say free Palestine when you're also defending the right for Israel to exist. It does not have the right to exist. It does not have the right to exist. It's not your land to say it has the right to exist. Woo! Politicians.
That's exactly how he should be spoken to. And his reaction. That same fucking shit-eating grin. Little fucking crossed arms and all that bullshit. Performative as fuck. No, I'm listening. I'm here. I'm not just hearing you. I'm listening to you. Look at this shit, bro. I'm not saying you should swing on a motherfucker that looks at you like this. I'm not saying that. Just all credit to Anas for demonstrating self-control. Man. And that's how he should be spoken to all the time. That's how you should be confronted. So that these liberals don't have a minute of grace to excuse him and to glorify this comprador. So they documented it. Zohran started out a few months ago by saying in several live interviews that he believes that Israel has a right to exist. He was then pressured by Zionists to specify that it should exist as a Jewish state. Now he says Israel has a right to exist with equal rights for everyone. The argument is faulty. Israel, by definition, is a Jewish state. The receipts that they've been keeping.
No. Unlike you.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't say it has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very clear.
And his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike you, I answer questions very directly.
All right,
and I want to be very clear. I believe every state should be a state of equal rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Again, deflecting on the primary contradiction of a settler colonial project is not whether or not Palestinians can vote or hold office. Zohran's shift from neutrality to calling for Palestinian resistance to disarm.
On Fox News, you were asked if Hamas should lay down its weapons, key to the peace plan and ceasefire. And some say they found your answer confusing. You said, quote, I don't really have opinions about the future of Hamas and Israel beyond the question of justice.
And that's so constant. He's such a fucking coward. I really have an opinion. I really haven't thought much about it. Said that earlier about the decolonization of Ireland. He said that when he was first asked by Jorge Ramos and his daughter, his Nepo daughter, about Cuba and Venezuela. Initially, I really haven't thought much about it. That's his fucking go-to because he's a fucking coward. But when pressured and pushed, that's when you see his true spinelessness.
On Fox News, you were asked if Hamas should lay down its weapons, key to the peace plan and ceasefire. And some say they found your answer confusing. You said, quote, I don't really have opinions about the future of Hamas and Israel beyond the question of justice and safety and the fact that anything has to abide by international law. And that applies to Hamas and that applies to the Israeli military. So for the voters tuning in tonight, Mr. Mamdani, what do you believe about Hamas and how lasting peace will be achieved? We know it's a complicated matter, but we'd like you to keep your answer to a minute if you could.
Of course, I believe that they should lay down their arms. I'm proud to be one of the first elected officials in this state who called for a ceasefire. And calling for a ceasefire means ceasing fire. That means all parties have to cease fire and put down their weapons.
On Fox News, you were...
In other words, leading the lamb to the slaughter. And just, I mean, man. We've been through some of this. I think this one we haven't seen before. He's keeping Jessica Tisch as NYPD commissioner, the same Jessica Tisch who oversaw an NYPD training that labeled, sorry about that, Caifas and watermelons as anti-Semitic symbols, as noted by, and then Nardine Kiswani, discouraging the use of globalized intifada in response to a Zionist rabbi who condemned Palestinian resistance. And you see the fucking opportunist Nick Cruz.
Through the years, said and been involved in things that I've later said was misunderstood, and some things that I regretted. Mrs. Coretta Scott King told me, you got to watch language, got to watch what you say.
Using Coretta Scott King to defend Zionism. Al Sharpton, man. The informant never disappoints.
Now, let's talk about anti-Semitism. New York City is the home of the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. The mayor must build a relationship, whoever the mayor becomes, trust in all communities of the city. The term globalize the intifada has become a flashpoint for Jewish New Yorkers who say they're concerned about how your views on the Israeli-Gaza conflict will influence how you govern the city. You said on Meet the Press in July, that's not language you would use, but you don't want to police the speech of others. But we both know words matter. The Department of Defense means something different than the Department of War.
What a fucking liberal take. The Department of Defense means something different than the Department of War. Not when they're functionally doing the exact same fucking thing. I know it's not the topic, but it's so fucking frustrating.
I've experienced this throughout my own civil rights career, and I've had to correct myself to deal with what people receive may not be what I meant. And words have consequences, and sometimes we need to examine our own positions to build unity. Has your personal views on the phrase of global intifada changed since you've been running for mayor? Do you understand those that see it in a more threatening way than saying, I'm just not going to police other people's language?
Yes, they have. And you know, when we won the primary election, I said on that stage that I know that millions of New Yorkers care deeply about what happens in Israel and Palestine, and I'm one of those New Yorkers. And I commit to reaching even further to understand disagreement, to wrestle with the complexities of those differing viewpoints, because what this city deserves is a mayor that looks not only to represent the close to 600,000 New Yorkers that voted for me, but rather the 8.5 million people that call this city home. And in the meetings that I have had since that moment, I've met with Jewish elected officials, with rabbis, with community leaders, and there was one rabbi that spoke to me about how that phrase, for her, brought back memories of bus bombings in Haifa, of restaurant attacks in Jerusalem.
Good, motherfucker. Good. That's what I mean by you do want to traumatize colonizers. Why the fuck wouldn't you? Oh, it brought back memories of the savage, indigenous savages reigning chaos in our civilization. I'm glad. You should be fucking afraid to steal people's land.
That spoke to me about how that phrase, for her, brought back memories of bus bombings in Haifa, of restaurant attacks in Jerusalem. And I knew that from what she was sharing with me that she had a fear, as she said, that could come home to New York City. And so in having that conversation with her, I knew that the gap between the intent that I have heard some New Yorkers share with the use of that language of calling for the end of the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land was disconnected from the impact it was having in that same conversation I was having with that rabbi. And so I have said, after having that conversation, that this is language I would discourage.
Now, you've been running on the platform of affordability.
And then they finish up with saying, someone just reminded me that he even walked back his claim that he would arrest Netanyahu if he set foot in NYC. Instead, he said he would follow U.S. law, which has repeatedly ignored international law and the ICJ's arrest warrant, rolling out the red carpet for Netanyahu again and again. And we've seen that. So here's what they say. This video was taken a few months ago. It's just resurfaced recently for some reason. He said nothing that night. The day or two after he had a press conference, was asked about it, and I think modified his argument to Israel has the right to exist with equal rights for all. I think this thread does a good job at showing what he's done since. Which is, yeah, the comment. That's why I had that pulled up. I mean, it's just like Cat.
Israel's right to exist because people like me are
The receipts are there. The documentation is there. The breadcrumbs, all there. And that took a lot of bravery. Credit to Anas for that. That's a lot of bravery.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you, Gio, for the super chat. Global intifada. It kind of sounds like the Minions. You know how they just mumble shit? But I'm not, look, it's difficult for me. Global frijoles. It's difficult for me to talk shit, but yeah, that's pretty bad. All right, where we at? I want to show that. And oh yeah, so Sneeko, this opportunist, tweeted out, loud ass acting like the NYC mayor is going to free Palestine. Bro, his job is to lower hot dog prices and order a farm at Nick's game. And again, this is why Nico should Nico Price, entertaining fighter. That's why Sneeko should be treated like a fucking pariah. Fine, let him worry about hot dog prices. Just don't use my family's blood or anyone else's or anyone's as collateral so he can eat cheap. And if his job is local policy, why does he keep speaking on Palestine just to throw us under the bus? No one's forcing him. Let him stick to his local issues. Yeah, and of course, Sneeko, a pathetic little man, like just a pathetic fucking desperate for attention and approval. That's what Sneeko is. Imagine to be born with so much opportunities, be given so many chances, and still be so pathetically insecure that you had to grovel for other grown men is for their approval is beyond me. All right. Where are we at? Oh my gosh. So one of the, we'll be brief with this one, because man, this guy is just so fucking, I think it's right here. One of the things that they dug up, the Zionists dug up, were old tweets of Zohran's wife. And of course, to surprise nobody, she was publicly using the N-word. Here's the catch. She was 15. She was a teenager, so it doesn't matter, doesn't mean anything, and you could just ignore it and brush it off. Oh, and yeah, it was with the soft A, whatever the fuck that means. Not the hard ER. So can y'all just fucking chill and relax? No, you can't. Look, you can't say that regardless what age you are, you shouldn't be using that language. You shouldn't be using racial slurs. Yeah. You can't say that because then you're aiding and abetting the Zionists. Not like Mamdani. Not like Mamdani. Mamdani has never aided and abetted the Zionists. Doesn't work alongside them. Doesn't uplift them. Doesn't kneel before them. No. But if you just simply say, hey, I don't care how old she was, she shouldn't have been using that language. Yasul, whatever. That is what it is. That is aiding and abetting Zionism, according to Hassan Piker.
Or a tweet that they found. Oh my God, they should put her in jail. New York City First Lady Rama Dawashi used the N-word in an X post from 2013. Brother, it was not called X back then, okay? It was called Twitter, and it was in 2013. Oh my God. Tumblr included a post blaming white people for creating Al-Qaeda, true, and disparaging U.S. troops fighting.
That's as much attention that he gives it, right? And like whatever, typical Hasan, we've seen before how he dismisses, the private use of racial slurs. I think we're over here. Yeah, here it is.
Like in this, like tomorrow, if you wanted to fly to Cuba, you could do so on your own. There is, however, he's not wrong. There is clearance. He's not wrong, Cades. But humanitarian aid, very arrogant of you to decide that people should be accepting of saying slurs just because of their age. Black people throughout their lives have had to listen to the peers say slurs at them every day because people think they understand our culture. Yeah, dude, I'm not going to fucking hold it against someone who was like 15 years old on Tumblr or whatever, in 2013. Sorry, I'm a white supremacist, I guess,
And it's so pathetic. Bro, nobody's saying we support the Zionist entity because she used the N-word. All we're saying that too often, especially non-white people, get comfortable using the N-word. Mamdani's wife. And that it should be considered unacceptable regardless of what age you are. Apparently she hasn't done it since, as far as we know. I'm assuming she hasn't, otherwise I'm sure they would have pulled that shit up also. And the fact is that Hassan Piker would have defended that or dismissed that as well. So that's neither here nor there. But the reality is, you're a white man. You're trying to diminish something that, honestly, the appropriate approach would have been like, oh, yeah, that's fucked up. She shouldn't have said that. I hope she no longer uses it. I hope she was just a stupid fucking kid and she got educated and no longer uses that language. Because it's unsurprising. It really is for non-white young fucking children to be using the N-word like it makes them fucking cool or something. Right? That's all it would take. That's all it would take. But this motherfucker decides to take it to the other way of saying, if you even talk about that, consider that, have a comment more than, she was young, then you're helping the Zionist entity. Mind you, while Mamdani is literally maintaining Jessica Tish as his NYPD commissioner, the Zionist heiress herself, while he capitulates to Zionists time and time again, smearing Palestinian children, Palestinian people. That's not capitulating. That's not aligning yourself with Zionism. But saying, hey, it doesn't really matter how old you are, shouldn't be using that language. Come on. Mind you, also, this isn't like these are fucking working class kids. Understand that aspect of it too. It's not like these are just, hey man, their parents are uneducated, ignorant, a little backwards. No, it's not that. These are affluent fucking rich kids. These are affluent fucking rich kids with the best fucking education available to them. So let's stop this fucking shit. He has to dismiss it. He has to dismiss it and downplay it because you know he fucking uses it. You know he does. Can we stop pretending that Hassan Piker doesn't use the N-word? That's why for years he's been so defensive about it. Oh, if you're doing it privately, it's fine. Snapchat is so private. All right, bro.
You know, might be like it's obviously unacceptable at every age, but if you think that I'm gonna fucking cynically lean into, great man, it's fucking ridiculous, man, shut your bitch ass up. Shut the fuck up.
He has never spoken. He has never spoken to somebody like that to their face. Understand that. He has never spoken to anyone like that to this motherfucker's like what, like 6'2", probably like 250. Has never spoken to somebody like that to their face because he's a fucking coward. Refused to fucking fight a white supremacist when given the chance legally to do it. Refused to fight one. They just twerp like this because there's never been consequences for them. God damn, bro. And of course, he has to play like the victim immediately. Oh, yeah, I guess I'm a white supremacist because I refuse to hold a 15-year-old accountable. Nobody's fucking saying that, bro. The pushback is about how quickly you dismiss shit that we know you do. And that there's a track record of you being okay with people using racial slurs, specifically anti-black ones, behind closed doors. But when it came time to weaponize anti-blackness for your own benefit, you use it against Destiny. Weaponizing anti-blackness that you have co-signed, you weaponize it to your benefit against Destiny, who's a disgusting fucking individual. But in that sense, when Destiny said, hey, yeah, behind closed doors, I use the N-word, but I don't do it publicly because I don't want people getting the wrong idea. Literally, Hassan Piker's position.
Acceptable at every age, but if you think that I'm gonna fucking cynically lean into, great man, it's fucking ridiculous, man, shut your bitch ass up. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Really? You want to lean into Zionist propaganda about the wife of a mayor who's being cyber stalked? Get the fuck out of here.
Bro, this is so pathetic. Apparently it's Zionist propaganda to be like, yeah, she shouldn't have used the N-word. All right.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Suck my fucking dick. You are...
Every single time it's about his genitalia. Every single time he argues or tries to insult somebody, it is this hyper sexualized, homophobic, always going back to his genitalia. And you expect me to believe this isn't the bro tips guy. You expect me to believe this isn't the guy that was debating the age of consent. How? When you're angry, when you're upset, you show your true fucking colors. Every single fucking time. It's disgusting. That's how you know he's white. This is how you know he's white. This is how you know he's homophobic. Every single fucking time. This is how you know he's a fucking sexist. Goes to fucking sexualize the entire conversation. No one that I know, and again, blue collar worker, working with real degenerate motherfuckers that I love so dearly. They don't fucking talk like this. This is some weird, like middle school level of insult. The man is arrested development through and through. A man child.
Are currently defending a Nazi government's Nazi ass fucking defenders by putting black bodies in spaces. How the fuck does that feel? You're a black American in the United States of America, and you are actively participating in propaganda for the active ongoing Nazi states' initiatives to undermine and ridicule and bully anyone that places the humanity and the emphasis on Palestinian children, okay? That's what you're participating in. Who do you think has it worse?
This is how fucking disgusting this individual is. This is what an absolute abhorrent opportunist he is. Weaponizing Palestinian children that Mamdani has smeared and denounced. Palestinian children that Mamdani has smeared and denounced in real fucking time. And you're weaponizing them? discussing all over. And somehow people assume that this motherfucker isn't anti-black. This is how he reacts. It's fucking perplexing, but also he does a great job of being like, oh, I guess I'm a Klan member. Oh, I guess I'm a white supremacist. I guess I'm a neo-Nazi. As soon as he hears the slightest criticism of his consistent pattern of anti-black rhetoric. Every single time. So what does he do? Immediate straw man, goes to the most extreme thing. Because this is what fucking white liberals have always done. Well, I'm not wearing a hood. I'm not burning a cross. So you clearly must be exaggerating by calling out my anti-blackness. He is weaponizing the children of Palestine going through a genocide that Mamdani has abandoned, smeared, and denounced. He's using them for somebody simply saying, yeah, shouldn't fucking be using the N-word. I don't care how fucking old they are. Absolutely fucking disgusting.
And bully anyone that places the humanity and the emphasis on Palestinian children.
Mamdani literally does not do that.
Ongoing Nazi states initiatives to undermine and ridicule and bully anyone that places the humanity and the emphasis on Palestinian children. Okay? That's what you're participating in. Who do you think has it worse? You as a black American or Palestinian children that are being fucking slaughtered? Shut your bitch ass up. Eat a fucking dick, dumbass. I don't give a fuck. Virtue.
Bro, there's only one way this motherfucker should be treated. Rich white man from the safety of his multi-million-dollar home. He's smart to stay indoors. He's really fucking smart to stay indoors. And yes, as David mentioned, pitting oppressed people against each other for his weird kind of devotion for people to privately say the N-word, to say racial slurs. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Again, Mamdani, if you wanted to use the argument that by saying anything other than she was a child is aiding and abetting Zionism, what the fuck does that mean Mamdani is doing?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Gio, thank you for the super chat. He didn't say that in Chicago. All right. Lindstag. X-Maxi should have been here for this. These people, his cult following, have a legit humiliation kink. Like it's actually really fucking disturbing. If you allow a white millionaire to disparage you, to disrespect you like that. And I think X-Maxi was claiming to be black, right? It's just, there's something deeply, deeply wrong with you. And your allegiance to a white rich man is unshakable.
Bitch ass up. Eat a fucking dick, dumbass. I don't give a fuck. Virtue signaling. Oh, I can't believe it. That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. Be smart. Be smart. You're a fucking idiot. The Reddit posts are coming. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Reddit posts can suck my cock too.
Every time, bro. Every time. I mean, this guy, there's a reason why this guy called the cops on his ex porn star girlfriend. And I only say porn star because we know that sex workers are at higher risk of being abused, assaulted by the pigs. When she broke up with him and refused to take his calls, to contact him, he lost his fucking veneer of being a feminist male and showed his true colors and called the cops on his ex-girlfriend who was a sex worker, knowing the risk, with her friends telling him she's fine, she doesn't need a wellness check. and he weaponized the police against her. There's a reason why he always talks about his genitalia. He's still the bro tips guy. That's still him.
Fuck everybody that literally leans into that bullshit. Fuck anybody and everybody that leans in that bullshit. Watch how you speak to black people you don't fuck. Watch your fucking mouth. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you try to do standpoint epistemology in this fucking chat to justify Israeli Hasbara, okay?
It's Israeli Hasbara to be like, yeah, Mamdani's wife shouldn't have used the N-word regardless of her age and regardless of whether it's the ER or the A. I'm glad she hasn't done it since. Apparently that is Hasbara. But Mamdani saying the Zionist entity has the right to exist? Mamdani saying that he's going to have Zionists of the spectrum in his cabinet? Mamdani keeping Jessica Tisch as his NYPD commissioner? That's fine.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Look, I don't lift weights. Access Audio says, I'd stay inside if I had to squat like Hasan. Yeah, I know he messed up his back because his form is garbage. Jabari, G, thank you for the super chat. If Mamdani's wife wrote some anti-Zionist stuff, he'd probably immediately denounce and divorce her in a press conference. Yeah. And Hassan Piker would excuse Mamdani divorcing her as a unique political, practical maneuver. All I'm saying is that if this is what riles you up, it says a whole lot about you. If this is how you're reacting to people being like, hey, you're kind of dismissing the fact that regardless of what your age is, you shouldn't be using racial slurs. If this is how people pushing back on your dismissal or minimization of how prevalent anti-black slurs are, it says a whole lot about you. And again, if we didn't have a documented history of Hassan Piker literally saying that he does not care if people use anti-black slurs behind closed doors, in fact, being sympathetic to the people using it, only to turn around and weaponize it against the creep Destiny, that shows you what an insidious opportunist he truly is. You see it in the inconsistencies.
Okay, that is launched cynically to bully and ridicule people that are out there speaking out against Israeli war crimes that are ongoing. You are a fucking idiot.
Speaking out against Israeli war crimes that are ongoing. That's the fucking easy part. Speaking out against the Zionist entity's right to exist is where we need to be at.
Out against Israeli war crimes that are ongoing. You are a fucking idiot and you are my enemy. You are not woke at all. Okay? You are not woke at all. Shut your bitch ass up. You're virtual.
And again, you know, the sexist language, always, he will never abandon that shit. This fool will continue to use ableist slurs if he was allowed to. He uses sexist, homophobic insults all the time because he can get away with it. But understand, he does view you as his enemy. He views black people that are unwilling to allow the normalization of anti-blackness as his enemy. What the fuck does that tell you? What the fuck does that tell you? That he is acting this way, that he's this erratic for a simple disagreement about him minimizing or refusing to articulate that, hey, doesn't matter how old you are, you're not black, shouldn't be using that. I hope they haven't used it since. If they have, we'll circle back to it. They were young and stupid. They shouldn't have done that. But he immediately dismissed it as Hasbara, as if the Zionist entity forced Mamdani's wife to tweet that shit out. Come on, bro. And again, if this was a one-off, maybe you give him some grace. But he's held this position that people can use racial slurs, anti-black racial slurs specifically, as long as it's private. He's cool with it. Unless, of course, there's somebody that's embarrassing him online, like Destiny, then suddenly you oppose it. It's the opportunism that tells you everything.
You are not woke at all. Shut your bitch ass up. You're virtue signaling for a guy that...
Saying you're not woke at all while using sexist fucking insults. I don't give a fuck who John Levine is.
That said this. You think this guy is an anti-racist? Is that what you think is going on here?
Who made that fucking claim? Where's that fucking straw man?
Shut the fuck up. They're trying to cancel you. Cancel me then. Cancel me. Cancel me. What the fuck are you going to do? Cancel me. Fucking cry about it, okay? Go build a bridge and get the fuck over it. Oh my God. Yeah, go ahead. Talk about how I'm a fucking white supremacist. I don't give a shit. Suck my dick. Do something productive in your fucking life, dumbass.
Streams for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. Refuses to organize. Only goes outside of his clout is guaranteed. I mean, this motherfucker just went to the Oscars. He can't show up to a fucking DSA meeting, but he shows up to the Oscars. Nepo baby with everything handed to him. From his parents to Cenk Uygur to Destiny, everything's been handed to him. Everything.
God, it is one of the most unfucking bearable moments, dude. That chatter was self-admittedly not even black. I know.
First of all, I don't know whether the chatter is black or not. He said our culture, insinuating that he was black. But you didn't know that. Or else you would have not done all that dramatic ass shit and you just would have been like, bro, you're fucking white. What are you talking about? You didn't know that. Stop, man. Stop. No, yeah, this so there's a lot of channels that are Hassan Piker kind of content mills, and he uses them to claim that that's how he's a socialist. He goes, I don't even copyright these channels. Well, yeah, because they're doing free fucking advertising for you. They're like your unpaid editors by you. Yeah, they get paid by YouTube's ad revenue, but they don't get paid by you for their labor that they're doing for you, for your brand. So it's not fucking socialist at all. It's straight up capitalist to say, oh, I'll have somebody else compensate you for your work. But it's not coming out of my pocket, even though you're aiding and abetting and helping me get a larger audience. He's a capitalist through and through, petty bourgeois through and through. He brags about these channels that he's like, oh yeah, I don't copyright strike them. Yeah, because it benefits you more than it benefits them. Not only that, when they have been critical of him, when they do clip out, like let's say just this moment, when they only highlight these kind of interactions, that's when he threatens to destroy the Hassanabi industrial complex or whatever bullshit he calls it. That's when suddenly he has an issue. That's when his no copyright strike rules start to fucking waver. He's an opportunist using people's free labor.
That chatter was self-admittedly not even black. I know. But wait till...
How could he have possibly have known, and why wasn't that something that he brought up if he knew?
Wait till you fucking see the TikTok clips. Wait till you see the TikTok clips that come out of this. They'll be like, Hasan berates black chatter who's upset about someone using the N-word. I'm wokely defending the Nazi regime of Israel.
Nobody's doing that. No one ever did that at all. Whatsoever. In fact, Mamdani is the one wokely. Because remember, if somebody uses the word woke in a derogatory term, in a negative manner, that's a dog whistle. That lets you know. That lets you know what they're about. Mamdani is wokely defending the Zionist entity, saying that they have the right to exist, as long as it's equal rights.
And wokely participating in their propaganda campaign. What are we doing here, man? What are we fucking doing here? Get the fuck out of here. You have a blacklist, by the way? What is that? That's crazy. I mean, if he's admittedly not black, then why do we catch strays, bro? Lamau, did you catch a...
Great question. Hey, if you knew that he wasn't black, what was that rant about? Because it seemed pretty fucking aggro. I don't know, the cycle's fucking not lining up, but it seemed pretty fucking aggro. Did I mention your name specifically?
Not black, then why do we catch strays, bro? Lamau, did you catch a stray? I'm specifically referring to that person. When did you catch a stray? Was I talking to you? Are you leaning into this nonsense? Zohran's wife exposed for being a racist piece of shit, and Hasan calls it Israeli propaganda lol. Actual brain dead. Yeah, look at the Hasbara bots, dude. All roads lead to Rome X. Crusades are now X. Crusader guy, wokely.
Yep, that's the person that he always does this, by the way. He's like, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually has some of these bots working in his favor. He always does this, where he looks for the most bad faith individual to rest his whole argument against. He always does this.
Defending, taking a principled stance. How fucking malleable are dumb people, man? How fucking malleable are people who are supposed to be kind individuals, dude? Actually.
I mean, they're your fans. So very malleable, I would guess. Not only that, you're the guy saying go vote for Holocaust Harris. You're the guy saying Mamdani is somehow going to save us. That he isn't a fucking Commodore. Come on now.
God. So you are defending what she said? That's what it sounds like? Oh my God. You can be against Israel and being counted against what she said. I'm telling you right now, sincerely, once again, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. If you think I'm a goddamn white supremacist for that reason, suck my dick, okay? I don't care that Zohran's wife, that you never would have heard of when she was fucking 15 years old, used the N-word with a soft A like 13 years ago. Are you...
N-word with the soft A. I've always heard the hard R. I've never heard a phrase as soft A. That's how you know you use it. And that's how you know you've used that excuse before. I've never heard that before. Soft A. I've always heard hard R, but never soft A. That's how you know that's been your excuse for years.
You out of your fucking mind? And now it's being utilized and deployed so that dumb fucks like you can chirp about it? Are you fucking stupid? Do you have no critical thinking skills? Do you not comprehend that you are being manipulated? You're being manipulated. God damn, dude. What the fuck? It's a fucking op. Talk to me if she's still slinging it right now, okay? That's a different equation. Bro.
No, it's not. He would still defend her. He would still defend her and call it Hasbara. It wouldn't matter to him. And we know this. Again, this motherfucker is nepo fucking rich white millionaire has been online so long that you know that he's full of shit. Let me see here. Let's see if that works. Give me 1 second, chat. Let me find it. Give me 1 second. We know that he does not care if you privately use the N-word. And that's been his position for a long time. For years. So let's not act fucking brand new about it. Let's not act like this is suddenly a shift. Right? And again, when you cobble that with the defense of Bernie Sanders, who's a Zionist, and Zionism is a branch of white supremacy, when you couple that with the fact that he defends Grant Plattner and his white supremacist tattoo, you start seeing a pattern. You start seeing a pattern. And I mean, what can you expect from a white person, though? I mean, that's fundamentally what he is. Let me see here. I'm definitely not gonna be able to find it. What the fuck? Where was it? I believe Yeet, the idiot. Let me find it. Give me 1 second. You know, I always like providing receipts, but sometimes I don't have in my hand like I should. That's my fault. I do need to work on having just a folder of these people's bullshit ready to go. Don't forget he had the Black Santa behind him dancing shortly after another raging out moment. Let's see here. Damn, am I not gonna have it available? Should I just Google this shit up? Let me see. I'm telling y'all, clearly, I'm not obsessed enough if I don't have it at hand. I still got to look it up. Anybody in the chat have the link? Let's see here. We've seen it a few times. We know it exists. But I like to pull it up to make sure that we're all on the same page and notice this pattern of behavior, this normalization. Let's see here. I think I have it. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I do. All right. I got it. Here it is. My apologies for lagging, y'all. Here it is.
A girl at Kansas State University has been expelled from the school following a Snapchat that she posted that people are saying is racist. Had the caption, "Feels good to finally be a," insert word there. Someone took a screenshot and posted it to Twitter. The user said, "But I'm supposed to walk into my classes feeling completely comfortable with people on our campus who think like this," with the image right there.
I do get very sensitive about stories that are like stories of people that do something in private, and like a private correspondence between them and their friends, and then someone blows it up and puts it on Twitter, and then that person's life is ruined. It's sensitive. Like, I feel like she didn't, like, I think people, I hate that people have racist thoughts, but if people want to be racist in the privacy of their own social media circle, and specifically Snapchat is one that is meant to be, intended to be private, as you know, unlike Twitter, which is way more public, Like, they have every right to be.
Again, a pattern of this for years. A pattern of this for years. I'm a hater, but I just don't hate for no reason. I hate because I smell this shit a mile away. We're about to hit 5 hours, y'all. I do need a dip. I'm going to change the title of the stream. Tomorrow we'll go over the Cesar Chavez article. My apologies. Just ran out of time. Heavy stuff. Heavy stuff. We'll wrap it up with that opportunist. Is it? Man. Man. Okay. My apologies that we didn't get to the Cesar Chavez stuff. It just really does need its own like 3-4 hours, if we're being honest. So tomorrow we're literally just gonna start up and dive in. The stealther by omission, Noah Samson. Yeah, fucking weirdo. Where are we at? Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. I'm going to change the title of this. My apologies. Tomorrow we will go over Cesar Chavez, the Chicano Epstein. Claudia, thank you so much for the super chat on the Deculturation Live chat. Thank you for your patience. Didn't... FD is a great pipeline. I just wish that pipeline only led to Black Liberation Media. I'll even take the L, you know, if it prevented these white people from feeling a little too comfortable. But it's not just FD. We're not gonna put all that on him. IDK much about Calvernacle, but I know Calvernacle isn't really read on Marxist-Leninism. Also, he hates Nebula with a passion. Yeah, you know, I've said this before. I can't stand individuals like Calvernacle who spend more time talking about the U.S. than educating people on the finer details about their own state and their own atrocities, just because everyone talks about the states. Everyone talks about the U.S. And especially if you don't have an actual unique analysis, one rooted in scientific socialism, then you're just doing fucking bullshit. You're just another white dude, right? He likes to play Holier Than Thou a lot. I don't buy it. Because I don't think I've seen him talk about his own country like once. Maybe once or twice, and that's it. But the ratio is disgustingly opportunistically off. And I'm always suspicious of that, because guess what? There's marginalized people in your country that need your fucking voice. The Calvernacle defended Anna Kasparian. David, I need receipts for that. That's wild. That is wild. But yeah, you know, my distrust of him is a little bit more based in reality compared to like other individuals, which I've admitted I just don't like their vibe, which is wrong and petty and childish and not something I'm proud of, but at least I try to be honest about. Irish roots. I wonder what that means, you know? You can't. Novak, that's the problem. Novak the Terrible, you can't find a good source on it. It's literally one of Noah Samson's ex, like I don't think they were in a relationship, but like person that he dated, you know, spoke out to H3 the Zionist production, who apparently were not Zionist enough for Hassan Piker now to go into business with or wear their fucking merch. but they had a falling out, and apparently only then did they become Zionists, according to online white leftists. But anywho, yeah, this woman came out and said, hey, I don't think he sexually assaulted me, but just know that my one condition to have unprotected sex was that he wasn't having unprotected sex with anyone else. Mind you, she said we would still have sex with protection if other people, you know, if he was going to be having unprotected sex with other people. That's all her condition was. Very fair, reasonable. And she ends up finding out that he's been having unprotected sex with other people. She felt her trust betrayed, put her at a risk that she was uncomfortable participating in, thought that Noam Sanson would have been genuine, and understood her boundaries because of the way that he presented himself online. All right, typical white performative male feminist. So she fell for it. Not her fault, not her fault. And but she claims that she does not view herself as a victim. She just wanted to highlight that that was like a scummy opportunist, right? That he's not how he presents himself. And the thing is, I call that stealthing by omission, right? I'm down to argue about it. You were given a condition of how you can engage in unprotected sex, and you violated that trust. And his excuse was, well, I didn't know that she meant any like current partners, that he thought she meant only new partners. Which again, that weaponization of ignorance is fucking disgusting from a grown man that claims to be a feminist. And then shortly after that, to follow up, he did that donation drive for Palestine. They didn't bother doing it before or after. But in order to, you know, change the narrative, let's see, he pulled that shit out. Again, all these opportunities, the way that they use and weaponize
talking to
Palestine
who are outside of my race
as a shield is just fucking despicable, man. Utterly fucking despicable. But what are you gonna do? What the fuck are you gonna? I mean, you can't really say this stuff without being accused of being like a supporter of fucking H3 when it's Hassan Piker that worked with them. Just interesting how this stuff is all out of convenience. The double standards, the fucking lies, and the hypocrisy is endless. Let me just pull up a video of Noah Samson and Hassan Piker being feminist allies over here. Let me see if I can find it. Who was it? Was it against? No, it wasn't against Sneeko. It was against Loner Box. That's who. So y'all know how Destiny was sharing sexually explicit content without the consent of the other individual in said content. And so Noah Samson tried to use that against this idiot named Loner Box, because Loner Box, that was his partner that Destiny had content with, or videos recording. Let's see. And Loner Box is another fucking piece of shit, so it's not like I'm defending them either. Oh, here it is. This is Gato Fumador, so I'm assuming that it's not clipped properly. Oh, we'll use this fucking idiot. The Confederate soldier himself, reincarnated. Where is he? Yeah, we'll just use this stream. Receipts always. Look at these feminists.
That guy hit Israel. That guy hit Destiny. That guy's girlfriend.
He said that guy Destiny fucked that guy's girlfriend. Talking about Loner Box. You see what I mean about this performative feminist bullshit? In any context, to talk about somebody's partner, female partner, having sex with somebody else would be considered misogynist. Now you're adding an extra layer to this of that sexual interaction being recorded consensually, being shared without consent, though. In the middle of all this, a legal battle going on about Destiny unconsensually sharing consensually recorded sexual videos. And so Noah Samson uses that information to try and dunk on Lonerbox. In other words, one of the most vulnerable moments of this woman's life being used as a dunk on her boyfriend. It is fucking disgusting. And look, to find it, nobody on the left talks about this. I need to go over here to these fucking idiots. This Confederate soldier.
Israel. That guy, Destiny, that guy's girlfriend.
And of course, Hassan Piker, realizing what an optic nightmare that is, and I knew it was not going to be edited properly, immediately said like, "Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that." And then Noah Samson catches on to the fact that he fucked up by saying that, and he goes, "Oh, I don't know." Because they're fucking absolute opportunistic cowards. We know how they talk behind closed doors. It's obvious that they just let their sexism fucking fly like crazy. It's obvious that Hassan Piker uses the N-word behind closed doors. A history of trying to diminish and dismiss when other people have been exposed for using it. The only reason you would do that is if you're afraid that something's going to be revealed that you've been using it all along. Let's see. Is it this one? I don't want all that. Chill out, chill out. I would prefer a video clip, but whatever. Yeah, I'm not going to find it now. But I did want to make that clear that Hassan did check Noah Samson, and then Noah's like, "Oh, I don't know." Just fucking gross and despicable, man. And again, nobody on the left talks about this stuff because it's not convenient to them. All right. Tomorrow, the Cesar Chavez thing, that's all we're doing tomorrow. That's all we're doing tomorrow. Because we do got to get through that. The Beast by John Trudell. Remember what Glenn Ford told us. Organize with eyes wide open. The Beast by John Trudell. Sorry, I said Glenn Ford, right? Glenn Ford. Organize with eyes wide open. John Trudell, The Beast. In a wisp of smoke, down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunate Lee, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what Storyteller said. "You got to be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazy and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Strange are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed." Ya estuvo.